You are now live on Channel 8 and YouTube.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, TCTV. Good evening. It is now 6:30 p.m. I'm Chairman Mike Curry, and I call this Select Board meeting to order on this 8th day of January. Happy New Year 2025. Please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening, folks. I'd like to remind everyone that today's meeting is being broadcast live on TCTV Cable Station 8 and our YouTube web platform. For those who wish to revisit any part of our proceedings, the recording will also be available on our YouTube channel. Your subscription to TCTV would be greatly appreciated. Additionally, if any audience members are recording this meeting or plan to do so, please notify us prior to starting. Also, this evening, we'll feature some Zoom participants as well, and just ask for your cooperation that in using a clear, strong voice and using your mute button. Our agenda tonight, along with other public documents, is available at templetonma.gov, the official website for town information. Here, you can also subscribe for alerts to all public meetings and our town administrator's weekly report. For immediate updates, including emergency notifications, please enroll in the Code Red alert system through our website or by calling 866-939-0911. This service is vital for staying informed on important and emergency matters. As chair, I maintain the discretion to modify tonight's agenda as needed to manage time effectively, utilize personnel resources efficiently, and ensure public awareness. I reserve the right to rearrange agenda items to best accommodate our proceedings and honor our guests, and I usually do so with the consent of the rest of the board. If this is your first time attending a select board meeting, we welcome you. We are committed to serving our community with patience, fairness, and efficiency. We ask for the same courtesy and engagement from all the participants tonight. Let's have a great meeting. All right. Having said that, I would like to take something out of order. So we are in January. If you've watched our meetings in the past, we normally welcome our congressional delegation. Gentlemen, if you want to drag a chair up here too. Yeah. But I'd like to welcome and congratulate on their re-election Senator Pete Durant and Representative John Zlotnick. Thank you for being with us here this evening.
Thank you for having us. And Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
We are pleased as always and very grateful of your precious time to be able to relay our annual message and our presentation to you as you support us on Beacon Hill, and we're very appreciative of that. Matt, Tim, Terry, Jeff, and I look forward to the year ahead. As Pete was saying just before we started, it's early in the session, so we're really looking to make sure that we're staying in your mind always. What we'd like to do, I actually handed both of you a quick slide that we just briefed to our we had our all boards meeting this past Monday, and what we do is the select board and all of the boards, committees, and commissions get together every December or January, and we collaborate. It's not a working meeting. We just want to hear what are your achievements, what are your challenges, what do you have in the year ahead, and these are some of the select board major achievements that we've had. There's a lot, some of them carry over from year to year. We're very happy with the ARPA funds situation that we had, and I think we're close to 100% obligated, and we've still got a couple more years to finish out the executions of those. The most latest obligation was a $300,000 obligation with some town money to match with that for the senior center kitchen, which is one of the biggest focal points that we have in our community, and the Council on Aging was just over the moon, and everyone gave a round of applause. So those are some of our achievements. But I gotta say, what I'd like to do this evening, I want to make sure that I'm not the only voice that you're hearing. I'd like to go to each board member if they would offer a success and a challenge if they want. I'll start off by saying, I think one of the biggest challenges that we have is our education resources. I know everybody in the state has that issue, but every year it seems like how many do we lay off? What can we do? Where else can we resource money? How is the not the escalator, but the state computation affecting us? So we're always looking for your support, and that's always been a challenge. And then infrastructure. As we said to you last year, we've got some bridges, we've got some roadways. Our DPW, Bob Sozik, is here tonight. He does the best he can with the resources, the Chapter 90 money that he has, but there's a lot more that we have, whether it's state roads or our own bridges, like our Main Street Bridge. It's been a challenge to be able to maintain that surface way in the waterway that goes across it. But I got to hand it to Bob with his reclamation, constant road projects. Every summer, if you're driving around town, you see something new and different. So we have movement, but that's something that we're looking for. I'd like to turn it over to my vice, Matt Rivard.
Thank you, Mike. Representative Lotnick, Senator Durant, welcome and congratulations. One of the greatest things on my mind is municipal finance. Just like all of our constituents, the pocketbook seems to be getting tighter and tighter. We've been on through a couple of years of 10% or greater inflation. Proposition 2.5 is becoming more and more difficult, not just to pass, but to justify. Are there any discussions on Beacon Hill at this time on being able to help the towns and the municipalities with their local finance budgets at this point in order to give us more breathing room to be able to provide the services that our townspeople have come to know and expect over the course of time?
You want to start?
Yeah.
So the major buckets of local aid really haven't changed in decades, with the exception of Chapter 70 that's had some rewrites as far as the formula is concerned. But UGA and Chapter 90 relatively unchanged. And both of us have supported increases across the board. But honestly, that's always a struggle to get the support to do. I think reps and senators coming from our part of the state have always prioritized that, but that's not the case for the other 198 members of the legislature. So it's a challenge on our end too, because different regions of the state have different needs and different priorities, and that filters through their reps and senators to the legislature, and how that money gets doled out. I think in the past, I've gone into more depth about the Chapter 90 reforms that I think we need to do. I know we've had long conversations about that. We've tried. This is my seventh term, so I think we've tried 6 different ways to push Chapter 90 reform. But we're up against some of those same challenges. But that is one area that I think, especially for more rural parts of the state, we are shortchanged. The Chapter 70 reform, I think, went a ways to address some of the financial issues that more rural, less densely populated districts faced in terms of meeting education needs, especially in regional districts like here in Templeton and Narragansett. The other piece too, on sort of the revenue discussion, we just got the report for December. It was up, which caught up for the first half of this year. Both the senator and myself have been around long enough, going back to the last recession, that I think we're kind of used to, kind of a month to month, a little bit over, a little bit under. That was very much the norm for our first, 6 or 7 budgets, which, if we've done our job right at the start of the budget and estimated what revenues will be, it should be pretty close to that as it tracks throughout the year. The sort of change was in the COVID budget years, FY 21, 22, and 23. We saw, massive surpluses. One year obviously leading to $3 billion in tax rebates, then $1 billion in permanent tax cuts. But I think the writing's on the wall that I think we're kind of returning to what we can expect in terms of year-to-year revenue growth, and that affects everything else that gets funded down the line. So to your point specifically, I think we need to keep pushing for some of those reforms, I think, to address the way that the state has changed since some of these funds were created, especially in Chapter 90. It looks nothing really like the way it was intended, because, the infrastructure piece is huge. The bridge continues to be really a top priority for us for the town. We've had with Adam, I think some good conversations with MassDOT. I can go into sort of the long version of that, but essentially we're in the queue. And when you sort of, when we sort of rely, and I've done numerous bridges over my time, when you're sort of reliant on MassDOT, you're kind of you're in that queue until you get until your turn comes up by their sort of calculation. That's the way that goes. Of course, we're going to continue to do what we can to kind of keep nudging that. And the town's been great in terms of supplying us with the data to make sure that we can do that effectively.
Yeah, no, I look, I think the representative just hit the nail on the head. He took all the good talking points, so.
I want to go first.
Exactly. But no, I think when we talk, I've been thinking about the Chapter 70 formula and how we're trying to get some more money to flow into that. We've certainly seen difficulties with a lot of our districts in the hold harmless clause, and so that's something that we're trying to work on as well. I know that on the Senate side that the Senate President in her opening remarks talked about the need to revisit some of the formulas there and some of the ways that we push money out to the cities and towns, especially these rural cities and towns. And I think Senator Goby, I think former Senator Goby, our the Director of Rural Affairs, is a good resource for us as well. Having been from the area and having been able to have the ear of the governor, so that as we go forward in the budget and we start to see what comes out of her budget when she files it here shortly, that we can hopefully start to move money in here, work towards a rural factor that will bring so much more money here. We find a lot of issues, as John had mentioned, going east where they're not in the kind of dire situations that we find here. And while the governor Governor Baker and Governor Healy have worked to try to make sure that local aid increases at the same rate of the budget, it still doesn't end up being enough here when you start to have these 10% increases year over year. So those are very, very much on our radar. Those are things that we're working very hard for you guys. So it's always top of our priority whenever we meet with our respective chairmans of Ways and Means as we talk about budget priorities going forward.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Terry?
Me?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep, and then Kim.
Okay, so when I got this seat in 2019, one of the first things one of the residents pointed out to me in our water report was the swap report filed by the DEP in February 26, 2002, source water area protection. That was the luck of how do you explain that? Somebody just brought that to my attention and then I came to realize as my term went on that Templeton residents have a passion, and I'm putting it nicely, about clean air and clean water. So shortly after that, I was made aware of certain situations next door, and the communication wasn't there with the Gardner Sludge landfill, and it's close to our rivers and things like that. And so I also was instrumental with Adam. We got a few air sensors in town. So air and water is huge. And I emailed you to John and you in advance because I'm trying to be fluid with the group Templeton residents for against toxic waste. And John, thank you very much. I want to say thank you. There's a bill 3701 that deals with plastics throughout Massachusetts because if it happens in Templeton, it affects the whole area. But apparently there's been a bill on the floor that wants to keep that at bay in Massachusetts itself, no incineration. And there's a lot of different language out there. There's advanced recycling, but if you look it up, it's incineration. They're thinking of Mickey Mousing the wording to call it materials management. And so my understanding was the bill got stuck on the floor because of language. So I appreciate that, John. I went to talk to him in person because he's right next door. And he talked with the author of the first, I don't know how you explain it, the
yeah.
author of the bill, the sponsor of the bill, Jessica Giannino, and he agreed to take it over and to work with, did you say clean water?
Yeah, so there's a, do you want me to just take it from there?
Yeah, and let,
Yeah.
yeah,
And
please.
so we were actually having this discussion before we get started. So the bill and the bill number, you can forget it because it's done. It's a new session. And so the bill, the 3701 died in committee last session,
Mhm.
which isn't terribly uncommon. There's 5,000 or 6,000 bills that get filed in any given session, and the majority of them, that's where they end. What we're sort of evaluating now is, what the approach is going to be for this session, looking at what other states are doing, especially Maine passed some form of that legislation last year. And I don't know exactly what that language will be. We are working on that now, but it will be different than what was filed in the previous session. But kind of looking at this issue and just really making sure that municipalities are protected, and that the liability doesn't get, dumped on the host community. I think throughout this part of the state, I think we continually deal with a lot of sort of post-industrial issues. I've worked on a number of brownfield sites, other cleanups of sort of all kind of type. And obviously we want to make sure going forward that while we're not, discouraging to commercial activity, that we do make sure that the cities and towns and the residents and, our drinking supply and all of that, is protected. And again, just like it is now, the expense of that isn't falling on us eventually if something goes wrong or something isn't done correct.
Yeah, and I just kind of piggyback off of that because I think, well, first of all, John mentioned, we have about 5,000 or 6,000 bills that get filed. And I think the typical time for an average bill to kind of make it from conception to passing is like 3 or 4 sessions. So you're talking like 6 or 8 years just to kind of get through. And it's the process of, as John just described, you kind of go through it. It goes through a committee hearing, people have input, it gets shot down and you refine it because you've got input, and you start to think about different ways that people want to do things or things you haven't thought of that you need to kind of incorporate into the bill. And John had mentioned as well, we've worked on a lot of different, whether it's brownfield sites or sometimes I seem to be like the landfill person. I end up having to deal with a lot of landfills. But it's hard to, and what I try to explain to people too is, especially in technologies or businesses that may pollute, it's hard to ban a legal business from doing their business. It's a legal business. They have a right to do it. A lot of times our responsibility becomes making sure that they do it cleanly, that they have all of those rules and regulations, that they're tightened up and that they're followed. So we kind of have to deal with that. And it's a bit of it's sometimes a bit of a, so, and once you would mention that, I looked at that as well, and John and I just talked about it. So, yeah, I think it's, that process is going to be unfolding, what it looks like when it kind of finally emerges. Hopefully it's something that can protect everybody.
No disrespect, but it seems like sometimes you can do emergency things, because that situation in Templeton is unique. And how do I want to explain it? So our ZBA chairman mentioned that he was looking at the Inflation Reduction Act, which favors plastics, materials management. So, I mean, there are a lot of cancer stories. Our own planning board chair knows a lot of those stories, grew up here and lived through those stories. There are a lot of people in that toxic waste group that are still chronic cancer from that. And it just doesn't seem like a fit
Mm.
you know, and again, what happens in Templeton or even anywhere in the state, everything has consequences.
I mean, as far as I know, nothing has actually been applied for,
That's correct.
right?
And that's where we have a little time. So I don't know if you can push that bill through in 2 years instead of 4 or, and
Well,
you know,
And I think, right, to your point, right, is you want to get out ahead of it. You don't want to be in a
Correct.
position where
Yeah.
you, where you're reacting. Yeah.
correct. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Terry. Appreciate it.
Good evening, gentlemen. Couple quick things. I kind of pay attention to what's going on around us. In my, one of the 3 seated veterans on the board, I pay attention a lot to the Veterans Affairs things going on. And I'm really big in monitoring the housing, food insecurities. For our veterans, we do have some Chapter 115 assistance. Veterans are a tough bunch to crack though. You can offer it to them and it's the old, I can lead the horse to water, can't make them drink. If they don't ask, you can't force them to it. And I'm using that as a preface because we had a HEROES Act that was passed last year, but it didn't quite come out to the way it was explained to the local veterans groups and the service officers through the DAV and the VFW and the Legion. Quite the way what we're seeing now is not quite what we were sold. So it's one of those questions. We're continually running up the chains as well, just to see where we can get answers. I know the DAV will be pushing this at a national level, so more news to come there. The other thing that I'm really paying attention to, it doesn't quite impact us here in Templeton directly with the current medical crisis. You know, go to AIR where they closed the Neshoba Valley Hospital 5 months ago. It's crushing the local emergency services because of the extended times and additional transports. But that's a nice little segue into trying to come up with a way to bolster our emergency services. And both chiefs will be doing a presentation later tonight. We know our calls are on a continuing increase every year, and yet we're still funding, you know, as best we can. And we know that we're not where we need to be, but it's like, if I can figure out the secret sauce, I'm sure there's 350 other towns and communities would love to hear the answer to that as well. But just some of the things I pay attention to. And I'm not looking for answers. I'm just kind of throwing it out as some food for thought.
Yeah, I can say a couple things on that. You know, first on the veterans piece, you know, I think it is sort of something that needs continual attention. A little bit away from here, but in Winchendon, the state is investing quite a bit of money in building veterans housing through MVOC. And we have other projects like that in the pipeline as well. And then on the healthcare front, I think we were very lucky that we were able to save Haywood Hospital because there were definitely some moments through the course of that bankruptcy where you know, it looked dicey that we may have to accept either, you know, it being sold or being severely reduced in terms of the number of services that we could expect to receive out here. And we've seen, you know, in other parts of the state, whole closures. So it's something that I think is going to need to be kept a very close eye on because the finances really across the country in healthcare are not great. Just the way that it works is showing its age in terms of when that system was really developed. And I think places like our region that rely on a community hospital model, you know, are up against it in serious ways. Well, we were able to, at the end of the last session, pass a couple bills relative to this that we hope will increase the oversight, you know, to prevent something like what happened with Stewart, which has ripple effects across the entire state, not just across the hospitals that were in that system, but also adjust the way that rural communities receive healthcare, and importantly, the way the funding for that works, because, you know, unsurprisingly and kind of on theme with a lot of things that we're talking about, healthcare in rural settings tends to be reimbursed at a far lower rate than in other parts of the state or other parts of the country. And what that means is that healthcare facilities in rural parts of the state, you know, are penny pinching just like rural communities are. And over time, just like we're experiencing in our municipalities, there's no more fat to cut at a certain point. So it's something that needs to be adjusted. But it's the federal government. It's certainly not cheap or simple fixes. But it's very much on our radar. And actually, I saw the annual report and the growth in the number of medical calls, sort of overtaking every other kind of call that emergency services deals with. That's something that's changed over time, but sort of the foundations of how we manage and fund these programs haven't. And I think it's something that we have to look at because, even when I started 12 years ago, a lot of municipalities were sort of starting to experiment with BLS or ALS service
Right.
as a way to add a couple people onto a shift. And now it's really become, the only thing keeping them afloat.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's obviously not a good place to be in. It's not the way this was designed. And to your point, I think it's something that needs more attention.
Yeah, no, and I think he's being modest too, because there was a lot of work done on that Winchendon veterans housing and Hayward as well. The healthcare system in Massachusetts in general is showing a lot of cracks. And as John said, we're seeing it in our community hospitals most. And so I think we have done a debt of gratitude in some of the work that he did on those two issues that you're talking about.
Thanks, Tim. Appreciate it. Jeff?
Well, I'm gonna hit the nail with the hammer again. Chapter 90 money has been 200 million a year since 2016. Divided upon 351 cities and towns. I don't know how the legislature thinks the cost of everything is gone down. And the point I would make on that is the so-called millionaire's tax is supposed to go for education and transportation. So unless they're gonna funnel it all to the MBTA, there should be, that funding should be available to increase Chapter 90 money. I believe it's like 75% or a little more of the roads and bridges in the state are maintained by municipalities. Just like, I remember we talked about this and I made calls and I talked and did whatever I could. Cause I was in favor of the 100 million for no cost school meals. I know that was an uphill thing for some areas and there's a lot of people in the legislature, but that got done. So again, how does the legislature expect roads to be maintained when they do not increase the amount of money? They seem to increase the amount of money they take from us that we have to send to Boston, but and I know you're just two votes.
Yeah,
you
well,
know, but-
I'll start. I mean, neither of us expect that or think that way.
Yeah.
So I mean, I guess starting with the millionaire's tax, which neither of us supported, but in part, honestly, one of my concerns with it was how the money would get divvied up, and I think by to meet the statutory requirement, actually, the school meals was paid for out of that. The increases to the RTAs was paid for out of that.
Free college tuition.
That was paid for out of that, out of the education piece. This is the big problem I see with Chapter 9. Because you're right. I mean, I think there was like 1 year we did 300 million.
Yeah, I was just thinking about,
Yeah.
there was a year that we added 100 million to it.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I mean, it's not enough. And now part of that's because, I mean, you're right. Municipalities maintain more road mileage than the state does. Now that's a little apples and oranges because a mile of my street that I live on is not the same expense as a mile of Route 2.
Right.
Right. But, and there's a whole mess of history kind of baked into that as well. But the Chapter 90 program was never designed to be a way for municipalities to pave roads. But over time, that's what it's become. And the state hasn't adjusted that. The state hasn't adjusted to the realities of Prop 2.5 and sort of the pressures on.
We can hear it.
The pressure that puts on municipal budgets. The other piece that I think with Chapter 90 is, and this is, I think, where it's kind of fundamentally flawed, is that it's not revenue. I mean, it is revenue that supports it, it's tax dollars, but we bond it. That's part of the Chapter 90 debate and process every year, is it's bonded money. Personally, I don't think that's a good policy. I don't think we should be borrowing money to pave roads where the notes are barely paid off, or in some cases not paid off, and the road needs to be done again. And that also affects the amount of money. The other piece that I think needs to be seriously looked at, and some of the reforms that I've backed, making it multi-year so that we can bond at a better rate, get more money, and let municipalities have more flexibility in how they spend that money. The other big thing is, I think there's a very big problem with how the fund is distributed on sort of an equity basis, because it kind of drives me nuts when I see very wealthy towns nowhere near their levy cap in the eastern part of the state getting more money than my entire district gets from Chapter 90 because of the way the formula works. Because the formula favors jobs over residents. Road mileage is it's in the formula, but it's certainly not the biggest part of the formula. So again, rural communities are shortchanged. Now, the way that I'll sort of say the informal coalition of us, as we've sort of shifted the primary focus from rebuilding the Chapter 90 program, is working on sort of supplemental funds. Things like the small bridge program, some of the rural road funding that we've been able to do, especially with the increases in funding from the federal government that we've had in recent years. Those are certainly things that I think can be bolstered. But those are all sort of, I wouldn't quite go so far as to call them Band-Aid fixes, but we really need to get at, those fundamentals on the Chapter 90 program and how municipal roads are going to be maintained. 30 years ago, the state and municipalities got together and decided on a system for how school budgets would be funded, right? And that was the beginning of the Chapter 70 program. That really hasn't been done with Chapter 90 ever. And, not to beat a dead horse with this point, but both the senator and myself, we obviously represent districts where very united on this issue.
Yeah.
We are in the minority in the legislature in terms of reps and senators who represent parts of the state like this, because the parts of the state that are hit by this issue are less affluent, more rural. What comes with being that, especially more rural and less densely populated, is your districts are bigger. You don't get as much representation. The reason that my district includes Templeton now, when it didn't for the first 10 years, is because my district needed to grow. We lost an entire Western Mass House district, or Senate district, or House district? House district in the last redistricting, right? So that means that there's fewer votes coming from rural parts of the state now than there were 10 years ago. And 10 years ago, you probably could have said the same thing.
Let's build a conference center out west. They have to drive to get to it.
So that's all to say that those are the issues I see with that program, kind of what we need to do, what we've been working on, where we've kind of found success, where we've found more sticking points, and then kind of what I see is some of the underlying foundational problems. Not to be too long-winded on it.
I'm going to be a broken record. John's done a great job. No, but he makes good points. It often seems like, especially when we talk about Chapter 90, that it's kind of it's something that the powers that be, those in east of 495, 128, they don't think about it. You're lucky to be getting your 200 million. It doesn't change. Again, we were able to get another 100. I thought it was 150, but 150 million put in 1 year. We fight for it every year to try to add money to it, and we're going to continue to do that as well. And then we kind of go through a couple of, every now and then we'll see our infrastructure bond bills come up. That's another way to help kind of fund some of the bridge projects and some of the other projects that we have going on. But that's a whole different ball of wax, right? That's something that's easy to get put into the bill, but hard to get out of the bill. So as John talked about, when we talk about these rural districts and these rural roads, we do think that we need to have a rural factor that comes into play here. Because again, it's an nail in the head. We have more miles, but we just have less people. And in my district, as it gets towards Quabbin, the towns get even smaller. And so that's been a problem throughout in the central Mass as a whole.
On another, stay on that theme, recently passed, and it started, I think, in 22, is this truck safety guard
Yeah.
legislation, and I think it's in Mass General Law, chapter 90. I believe it went into full effect Monday, January 6th. And the DOT trooper that was spoken to about this, they're not gonna stop you, not gonna pull you over if you don't have it, but if you end up with a bicyclist or a pedestrian or something under your vehicle and you don't have the stuff, you're gonna be in a problem. Is there any thought that that legislation may be reworked or probably not rescinded, but is there any feeling on, that you think that, because that hits cities and towns,
Yeah.
the DPWs.
Yeah.
I know they waived, they left MassDOT out of it for any vehicle bought or leased prior to 2023. But, again, if you don't have it, again, this is one DOT trooper's talking, but you're not gonna pull you over, but if you have an accident and you don't have the stuff, you're gonna be in trouble.
Yeah, it's, you're right. We actually all did a lot of work to try to get them to keep pushing these regulations off that in the electric vehicle, heavy vehicle mandate, that took place. So, yeah, there is,
That part did get pushed.
yeah.
Yeah.
And you're right, this part here is more like a don't ask, don't tell. We won't bother you. And we've seen that in a couple of different instances. We'd like to codify something into law because it's an onerous regulation that's taking place here that needs to get pushed off. I think we're gonna see some bills filed on that. Whether or not they go, we don't know just yet, but I do think that as we go forward, it's no way to run a ship, right? To say, well, don't worry, we won't bother you unless you get in an accident. So it is very much on our radar.
And again, that is on cities and towns, that's an unfunded mandate.
Yeah.
Again. With all the financial constraints you just all talked about, it's an unfunded mandate. They did exempt like fire trucks and stuff from it, but just like the emission stuff, they exempt public buses, like
Yeah.
they're the dirtiest thing out there with diesel engines, but and my last thing on since the state, wants to go all electric and green and all of that stuff. As the legislature, is there any bills kicking around to mandate or to move MassDOT, who owns probably more trucks and vehicles than anybody in the state? I was just down to District 3 headquarters in Worcester on Monday. They had like 4 charging stations there. Was there any move to move all MassDOT vehicles to electric? I mean, if you want to try to force the residents and you try to put things in the building code that you have to have, 400 amps instead of 200 amps and charging stations and stuff, all kinds of this stuff. And not even talking about reworking the extension cord thing known as the grid, the electric grid. That's my simplicity take on it, but so is there any discussion on that to move MassDOT to?
There's probably a bill in that pile of 5,000, or next week we'll see how many thousand bills.
We'll see next
Could
Friday.
It could very well be in there. But I think in general, and we've been in the legislature about the same amount of time, and I think our sort of records on this is pretty similar. That, and I'm glad we were able to, after sort of a big effort in the last part of last year, to push off a big chunk of those requirements. And I suspect that soon enough we'll begin another sort of push. Because they were pushed a year. I think in all likelihood it's going to be pushed again. And I think us sitting here, I think we both approach these issues with a lot of caution. Because I think we know that there is cost associated with it, no matter who it's being applied to, someone's paying for it. And then in some cases, the infrastructure isn't quite there, or it'd be too expensive to do in sort of the time frame that's being dreamed up. You know, so I think that I think what we both tried to do over the years, you know, is to try and augment that where possible. And you know, you know, we heard a lot about the truck piece in particular. And I think, you know, a big piece of the reason why we were able to get the governor to push it a year, why I'm hoping that that's probably going to be augmented again, is just because the market's not there. And you can want it as hard as you can possibly want something. But if the market's not there, it's not really possible.
Well, and I think too, the market's not there, and it's so that the big truck piece came from a model from California, and then somewhere along the way, as we were all advocating against this, they kind of came to the realization that doesn't really work quite as well, especially in cold climates like this. And so John's right. I think we're going to see it get pushed again, but we have to work hard to say, look, the technology is not ready yet. It doesn't make a lot of sense. And as we move forward, until it makes sense, and there's a market for it, and there's the ability to produce these, well, what are we doing? So I think that's going to continue to get pushed. That can will get kicked down the road. I'd like to see us do it legislatively.
Well, because actually, I mean, not to get off on another tangent, but this is another area where if you go back and actually look what was in the bill back in 2018,
yeah, I think so.
right? It's a little bit of a leap to see where some of those regulations are actually coming. And that is a frustration that we deal with as, I mean, some of these regs were first rolled out by the Baker administration at the tail end, and then have been changed by the Healy administration. It's sort of a constant tug of war, you know, because the legislature passes laws, but then the governor administers and regulates. And same thing, MBTA Communities Act. There's been a number of things where I think the legislature, you know, sort of intended one thing, I think approached something more cautiously. But then when the administration took the law and actually put it into practice, I think, you know, maybe went a little too eagerly with it.
And just the last thing, is there anything floating around in the legislature to maybe push or speed up the Northern Tier rail line?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And I ask that because the rail line, there's a rail line that goes right through Templeton that hasn't been dug up yet for more walking trails, which, you know,
Yeah.
we want rail, but
Yes, so there's a few pieces to this. So this kind of goes with the larger push to rehabilitate some of these rail connections. And there's been a lot of success. And to be honest with you, I was not someone who, when some of this work was starting, thought that it'd be economically feasible. But certainly, like the Valley Flyer to the west of us has seen considerable ridership. And so have the other revived lines around here. Like actually, you can go from Greenfield to St. Albans, Vermont, and then just walk over into Canada. I recently found out. So as far as the west-east, east-west connection, so there's kind of two competing visions for this. There's the section that would pick up the line at the Wachusett station on the border of Westminster, Fitchburg, through Gardner, Templeton, Athol, Orange. And then once you hit Greenfield, you're back in service to certain areas, but then to even go further and go back through the Housatonic Tunnel and get out to North Adams. That's sort of one piece. The other piece is the so-called southern approach, which, as the name implies, doesn't go through here, but goes south to pick up the western part of the state. And obviously there's a benefit to that because helps us get around, helps us get into Boston. But I think the real benefit of it, if all this actually came together, and who knows how many years, but if we can actually connect out west, that means that you could get on a train in Templeton or Gardner and get to New York, which means that you can get to pretty much anywhere else in the continent by train if you wanted to, which I think could be a good thing both for passenger travel, but also that will also the sort of underlying thing here is that will also bolster freight transit, which we still rely on quite a bit in this region, but would help that as well.
Thank you. Thanks, Jeff. Gentlemen, anything else that you'd like to offer?
Well, we just covered a lot of topics.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, no
we did. I
kidding.
wrote them down. We've gone from municipal aid, we've gone through,
Environment.
3701 environment, recycling industry, veterans, medical, public safety, and then, Jeff gave you a lot to think about with railway, electronic vehicles, safety regulations, and the opportunities for chapter 90 and, the frustration with the millionaire stack. So that was a lot from us tonight.
Yeah, I think the only thing I'll add is obviously, I mean, and I know you all know this, but just for everyone else too. Feel free. I mean, we're both accessible.
You have our office hours here, which is
Yep.
great.
Yeah, reach out. We're always happy to have a chat, or if there's something, I always say to people too, that we're great referral generators, so if you're sort of lost in an issue that you're dealing with, oftentimes our offices have dealt with it before, and can kind of put you in touch and point you in the right direction.
Yeah, and I'll say the same thing. We have our, as John alluded to a little bit earlier, we have our bill filings going on right now. So we're tied up doing a lot of the bill filings. And a lot of that information, a lot of those bills that we get come from you all. So know that file deadline is next Friday,
Next
the
Friday.
17th.
Somewhat fluid.
Yeah. We can file bills after that, just the process becomes a little bit different. And then we're gonna roll into the budget session that starts to come up. And so we'll look to you all for again, your priorities, your thoughts that go on as we approach that. Obviously, the House gets the first bite at that apple. We look for your what?
I forgot one already. There's something that I forgot. to
Yeah.
bring up.
I'm gonna capture everything and make sure that I send it to you.
And
From all of us.
And we look at that time too. There's the earmark process that comes up. So we always look for capital requests that come on.
TEMP.
And it's always a very interesting process.
Yeah.
I always hate saying, "Oh, come to us with what you need for money." No, because that's not really the way it
Yeah.
works. But
That chalkboard up there has got space for many more checks.
Yeah.
but the communication's important, and I know that and we're talking with Adam all the time as well. Just about what the town's looking for, what the town needs, and we try to make it happen. But especially as we kind of go forward, these issues are important for us, and I'm glad that we have an opportunity to talk to you and keep on top of it.
Communication, that's the plug. We're in a news desert. We're gonna be
Yeah.
hearing a beautiful report tonight, digital equity,
Mhm.
that Mr. LeGros put together. So that's another thing that's a concern out in rural communities, is keeping up with our local TV stations. Cause
Yeah,
it's,
That's a good point, Terry.
yeah, I am I don't want to be too hoggy.
Well,
One
you're
thing at a
certainly
time.
welcome to stick around. We'll just do a couple of housekeeping, then we have citizen input, and then we've got Tim talked about public safety. We've got our public safety team here this evening and public services. If you wanted to hear a little, any more granular information, but our door is always open, gentlemen. Thank
Same
you
here.
so much for coming tonight.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Appreciate you very much. Appreciate your
Appreciate
time.
you guys. You guys have the much harder.
Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you.
Everything's-
All right, thanks, folks, for taking that out of order. We're gonna jump back in with approval of meeting minutes. Before you tonight, we've got approval of meeting minutes for 12/11, and then also executive session meeting minutes for 11/20. I would accept motions when ready.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I move to approve the regular meeting minutes from December 11th, 2024 as presented.
Second,
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none on the motion to approve meeting minutes from 12/11/2024. How would you vote? Tim?
Yes.
Jeff? Yes. Matt?
Yes.
Terry?
yes,
And I would vote yes as well. Thank you very much, team. And executive session.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I move to approve the executive session minutes from November 20th, 2024, and to not release to the public at this time.
I have a motion
Second.
and I have a second. Thank you, Tim. Any discussion? Hearing none on the motion to approve the meeting executive session minutes for 11/20/2024 and to not release to the public. How would you vote? Tim?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
Terry?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Thank you. And we are up to citizen input. How many folks do I have for citizen input this evening? One? Yes, yes, ma'am. Just name, street address. this
Jane
evening.
Thompson, 62 Winchester Street in Baldwinville. I just have a concern about the crosswalks in Baldwinville. Especially in the evening when it starts to get dark, coming from the south and going north on 202. Every single one of them, if there's a car coming towards you, you cannot see anyone in that crosswalk. First of all, they're not well marked. I believe they need a brighter light and probably a sign that blinks, but you can't see anything. I mean, the only time you're gonna see a person there is if you hit them. And I'm not the only one that has talked about this, with, someone else has mentioned this to me. Coming from the north, from Winchton and coming down Route 202, it's not as bad, except for the Memorial Street crosswalk. That one you can't see at all if there's cars coming towards you. It's just very, very difficult. I'm very concerned about that. I've been noticing that the past year or so,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you. I absolutely appreciate that. Any additional, thank you very much. We'll,
Thank you.
we'll address that. Any additional citizen input? Okay, we're gonna move on. Administrator comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you know, I started the budget process. Fiscal year 26 will be, I anticipate, very bad. Probably the worst budget since I've been here, working for the town of Templeton. I will do the best I can to preserve jobs we have within the town. I do want to highlight some positive news. The Stonebridge Study Group has met, Grace and Bob as well on that group. We're looking for a grant, which we had a meeting with the state about. We're optimistic. It's a competitive process, but we will be submitting for design on one of the options that the select board recommended way back when. Because as town meeting voted twice not to discontinue for recreational purposes, we're going to proceed with the other option the board voted for back when, and that would be to continue having access over that roadway. And that's how we're planning to pursue, and hopeful we'll get a grant for design, and then we could move on to the next step.
Okay.
That is a bridge that's closed, so that's where I'm focusing my priority at this time with the Stonebridge Study Group. So that was some good news, and I appreciate Grace's work. She's dedicated a lot of time working with the study group as well. And at some point, I believe they're going to have a recommendation
Okay,
coming to the
that was
select
gonna be
board.
my question. Yeah, okay.
And with that, Mr. Chair, that's all I have. It's fiscal year 26 looks like a horrible year. I hate to share the bad news, but reality is reality, and it is what it is.
The
Thank
heck of a
you.
way to kick it off. We're going to try and be the eternal optimists that we like to be. But thanks for that cold cup of coffee. Okay, we're on to new business, introductions of new employees. I see that we have none, Mr. Lamontagne.
We do not have any this
Okay.
evening.
And we've got good news. We have an appointment, Christine Brown, would you like to come up? Hi, Christine.
Hi.
Christine, we've got your community interest form. We love your, you call it a resume, and then you indicated that you love to serve on the Cultural Council and or Council on Aging. Would you like to talk to us about that?
Yes, great. So I have been the beneficiary of cultural councils, of their activities. And so I'm familiar with some of the work that they do. I have experience with some of what they do as well. I have read grants, I have funded grants. I have brought activities to, I'm a librarian, as you know.
Yep.
I have brought activities to my own community, as an event planner. So I think that there's a good fit there. for
Yes.
me, That I have that same background. As far as the Council on Aging goes, that's really a personal thing. I mean, I have elderly parents.
Mm.
I lived in a very rural town. There are very, very few services for them. And that's something I just have an interest in. And,
Yeah.
and doing something there to be
Yeah.
of service.
I was talking with the Angstroms on Monday, and they were very excited that they were getting in, they were letting us know you're gonna meet someone new on Wednesday, so thank you.
Yes, I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you, Christine. Any board members would like to say anything?
Welcome. Thank you
Oh,
for
thank
coming
you.
forward. Badly needed.
And thank
Thank you.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's a good community and everybody gets involved and
Mhm.
we all make things work.
Yes.
Thank you.
Excellent, yeah.
And with that, I'd accept a motion.
Oh, sure. Mr. Chair, I move to approve Christine Brown. Is she doing both? Cultural Council,
Yes.
the Cultural Council and the Council on Aging? Is there specific terms?
Until June 30th of this year.
Oh, that, I didn't
Yep.
have my thing in front of me. Okay, sorry. Look at it, huh? Sorry. Cultural Council and Council on Aging. Oh, it doesn't even have it
Yeah,
until
it's June 30th.
June 30th, 2026,
5.
2025.
Second.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none on the motion to appoint Christine Brown to the Cultural Council and Council on Aging for a term both expiring June 30th, 2025. How would you vote, Tim?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
Terry?
Yes,
And I vote yes as well. Welcome aboard. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
you.
Appreciate that.
Thanks for coming.
That's great. Okay, we've talked with our delegation and we're gonna jump into item D, presentation quarterly reports, public safety. First one that I have in my packet is the fire department. I think we got yours. We got yours separately, but we'll start off. Oh, he just walked out.
Yeah.
Please. Or Peter, are you?
I can fill in for him if you want.
Sure. Good evening, Peter.
Good evening.
That'll do. Fire, police, emergency management if we have them, and then we'll jump into public services. Good evening.
Good evening, Templeton Select Board. It's nice to see all of you. My name is Peter Layton. If I don't know some of you, I work on the fire department as the EMS captain.
Reputation precedes you.
I appreciate that. And I'm also the emergency management director. I'll be standing in for Rich Curtis
Okay.
tonight as well. He is off tonight, one of the deputy directors. The chief just dropped this in my hand. I can answer, vague questions about this, but he wrote basically in his report that the second quarter has a total of 442 emergency calls and 79 residential and commercial inspections. During this time, the chief reports that he was out for quite some, he was out an extended period of time. He had some extensive neck surgery that he wanted to say here, and then some bereavement time. He had lost his father. So on top of all of that, he was still working with the building commissioner. His annual liquor license inspections, they were completed. He's got a number of emergency apparatus that's being fixed. The engine 2's fire pump is out of service, waiting for repairs. Engine 3, which was damaged in the horse stable fire, I think it's near completion as he words it here. The insurance company has been working with the chief to get that returned, in a timely manner. That's a primary piece of equipment for us. The second quarter had a large increase in brush fires. It sure did because it was so dry, and unauthorized burning due to just the dry fall that we had here. Did he submit this to you, folks?
Yes.
So I don't have to read through all of the calls unless anyone
No.
had any questions that I could answer on this.
Good intent. I actually forget that what good intent might be.
Good intent calls would be simply just someone calls the fire department because they're not sure about something, and we'll go out and just assist them in whatever the problem. It might be fire related, it might not. So we would either handle that call, as to the specific function of the fire department, or we would direct them to where they could get the
Okay.
assistance. That would be a good intent. But if you have any other specific questions, I'll try to answer them. If not.
Great.
I don't, Peter. Any
I just have a general comment. I know I've recently seen, and we talked about the increased in calls and our budgetary things. I do believe the rural reimbursement rate was extended again this year, which is a kudo to us because it allows EMS to capture the funding
Sure is.
at the higher level of
Oh.
rate
okay.
under the Center for Medicaid Services and how they control all the insurance reimbursements. So that was a lot of work and lobbying and rallying by the fire chiefs and the firefighter unions and the EMS unions.
To basically push that.
To
Yeah.
push it and make sure we were able to capture that again. So
That is true.
strong work by all parties involved.
Thank you. Agree.
Anyone else Peter, just for, fire department emergency services.
I'm just toying with the thought of the underwear that the firemen wear and the PFAS. There's a lot of things to do about PFAS. Is there any grants out there, or are you guys replacing that?
So as far as replacement goes, I can speak to the PFAS stuff. As far as the replacement goes, it's gonna be extremely expensive. I know that for a fact. You could direct specifically what's going on now to the fire chief, when he
Yeah.
comes back, but it's on everyone's mind to replace that sort of stuff, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, they have one manufacturer now, and I may be mistaken, there could be a second that's coming up that's making PFAS-free fire
Fall
gear.
River.
Yes, exactly, and it's insanely expensive
Right
right
now it is, because it's new.
Right now, that's correct, ma'am.
And the
Yeah.
thing that scares me the most is you can have a Gore-Tex jacket sitting next to a beeswax jacket and it can cross-contaminate. So even if you get the new turnout gear, you gotta be careful where you put it. Because if there's any other PFAS equipment in there, it cross-contaminates. That's a big problem for the fire department.
Yes, in the foreseeable future to keep them safe.
Appreciate it. Yeah,
you.
exactly. Yeah, there's a high incidence of cancer among firemen.
Very much so.
Awful.
Anything else for Peter? Fire department?
Get the cert report.
Oh, I'll grab that. You want to do it at the same time?
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Yeah, get that.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Good.
Just one item in here. I did follow up with Rich Curtis. We had a conversation with the architects and we're making progress, because he said nothing was done. That's because they were working on the kitchen.
Oh, very
So-
good, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that because the way it was worded here, it makes it look like the architects weren't doing anything.
Excellent. Thank you. And he did not tell me that when he briefed me on his report here. So Director Curtis writes the following quarterly report here, and he says you have copies of it, so I won't read
Yes.
the whole thing. We did get our 24 EMPG grant of $2,900, and that money was used to buy some more equipment, more advanced equipment actually for assessing and helping with fireground rehab. Our CERT truck rolls to the big incidences. They were at the two big ones last year, the two structure fires, and we do try to watch out for the safety of the fire and EMS and public safety personnel that are on scene. So we bought some hospital grade blood pressure machines with pulse oximetry. And we also bought some temporal scan thermometers. Temperature in those events is a very big deal. And these things are top of the line. They're hospital grade, they're not the stuff you buy, at CVS or anything like that. So we were very thrilled to get that money, and we just got those actually. They just came in. So I'll be doing the in-service next month with the staff on those, and then we'll get them into service as quickly as we can. The hazard mitigation plan update. I know Director Curtis has been working with Jeff Legros. It's about 80% complete at this time. So he's been working, on that very diligently.
He gave it a thumbs up.
He gave,
Yeah, it's right there.
There for another thing today, yeah.
Yeah.
There we are, Jeff. Okay. So they've been working very hard on that. Let's see. Rich reported here that the town's cost share changed for the hazard mitigation plan. There was an update on that, and apparently when it started here, I wasn't involved in this, so I'm just going to read it to you. When we initially applied for this grant, we were going to use the payroll of the staff involved in this update project of Templeton's 10% cost share. It was approved to use $2,500 cash instead. Took almost a year to get that change approved by FEMA. I have no idea what that means, to be honest with you. You're asking me any questions about that. So that's Rich's statement on that. Yeah, and I would direct any questions to Rich on that. I couldn't attend. Rich was down in Florida, but Mike Dixon, the other deputy director, he represented us and attended the Mass State Emergency Response Commission down at the DCU Center, which was very beneficial. That was done on 11/12/2024. We received a decommissioned police cruiser. That's actually in our bay. We've been working on that now. Basically, Bob, the highway superintendent, DPW superintendent, has been very helpful with us trying to get that into service there. We're looking for ways to get it painted. He put the town seals on it. We got the police stuff off it. We're taking the blue lights off of it now. Obviously, we don't need those. We'll replace it with appropriate lighting. And Rich says we're going to program the radios. That'll be me, and I will get them programmed to what we need in the very near future here. Rich reported, Director Curtis reported the Salvation Army they were having, the Salvation Army was, I guess, self-dispatching to two of our major fires last time. And I know Rich was talking with Adam and they were talking with the fire chief and so forth. And they are very important to us because honestly, they bring a lot of free stuff to this. But it caused a little bit of a problem on the emergency management side of the house with them, we not knowing they're coming, right?
Yeah.
So Rich had a very good conversation with them, so they're still gonna come, but they're gonna be more kind of assigned in our area so we can keep an eye on them. You can imagine the horse barn fire.
Yeah.
If you're having people around that you don't know that are there or what they're doing, that could be a big problem. So those were the problems that Rich brought to them, and they had a really good conversation to try to keep that from happening in the past. Let's see, attempted to close out Templeton's FEMA COVID project. The portal would not function, and he's still waiting for MEMA representative to respond to that. So I guess he can finish that. We needed a new heating oil tank that was replaced. And let's see. He talked about the drought status, which I think everyone's aware of here. Justice Graves received some ICS certifications, IS 100, 200, and 700, which is standard for most employees for the town here at the EMD. So that's awesome. Yeah, let's see. DC project, nothing during the first 6 months for the CPC project with Adam. I guess you talked to Rich. I don't know. I can't really speak to this. I don't know.
That was the one that I just mentioned. They worked
That
at
was
the
what you were
kitchen
talking about.
and
yeah.
now they're working. They're
At the-
coordinating with Rich.
Beautiful. And let's see, we started working on a lesson plan for shelter management training in Templeton. That was something when we did a poll this last summer, we found that we were kind of lacking but the members were actually saying, hey, we should probably start going over this. So we actually started writing a plan for that. And then CERT's always, our CERT team, we're very proud of. They're always all these volunteers are very, very, very dedicated. They've done CPR training. Some of them have got their CPR instructors. They ordered some hats and t-shirts out of CERT money for them to equip them. They did the trick or treat event. They did quite a few events actually this last fall, as they always do. We're conducting, Deputy Director Dickinson and myself are conducting a CERT training right now. So we're doing it every monthly. In fact, I'm teaching next Monday night. So we'll run that over the winter and we'll get our new members certified in CERT. So we're doing that now. And I think that's all I got for you here. That's all I have, unless there's any other questions.
Any questions?
Just, I know you probably can't answer it, but it's just actually a request because it's the new year. Could we get an update on Depot Pond Dam and maybe even
Sure.
put it on our agenda?
Sure.
Depot Pond Dam.
Sure.
I'd appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything more for Peter, emergency management?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you all. Thank you very much.
All right, next up, police department. Hi, chief, how are you?
I've been better. So, second quarter, challenging for assorted reasons, and we'll get into those. So you'll see with the department, it was decided that opera funds would be utilized to benefit the entire department. We decided on 4 projects, purchase a new police cruiser, replace the flooring in the upstairs section of the department, upgrade the Zetron Max dispatch consoles, mid-state antenna replacement, and seal coat the parking and driveway of the station. You will see the cruiser. One extra benefit of that is that instead of taking the cruiser out of the meal tax for next year, it'll come out of the opera funds. So you have any questions on the 4
This
projects?
was reallocation of
Yeah.
funds that were,
reallocation.
okay.
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 Cruiser fleet, unfortunately, second quarter was pretty rough on the fleet.
Sure.
The F-150 Interceptor was struck by a deer. You would think that a deer couldn't do that much damage to an F-150 with a push bar. It just went back into service yesterday, but we're still missing the push bar because of, obviously, supply chain issues. Can't get it in, but it's back in service. Cruiser 21, which I thought was doing very well because since we've gone to the new rotation, we've made strides, great strides on maintenance of the cruiser. Unfortunately, Cruiser One just like fell apart everything at once. It was just like, how did this all happen? We didn't even see it coming. So that just came back from the Ford garage, so everything is good right now except for the push bar on the F-150. Now, to the part that we've all been talking about for years. And we talked about it tonight, and I got an email concerning this today. Personnel and staffing. A couple of months ago, we advertised for part-time police officers. I had told you before in previous quarterly meetings that part-time officers are basically a thing of the past. We just posted, we got 0 qualified applicants. None. So we posted for a full-time position. We got 1 on the first posting. 1 applicant that I can't even touch with a 10-foot pole. That's how bad he is.
Because of police reform act.
He's, I can guarantee you this individual probably won't be certified in the next month or so.
Okay, I understand.
So we posted again. Actually, the posting stayed open. We had another applicant come in and somebody come in unexpected. And we were going to have interviews on this Friday, and then I was made aware that I was told freeze on full-time hirings. I'm going to tell you right now, if there's a freeze on full-time hirings, the midnight shift will be cut. I think that's premature to stop full-time hirings, considering this budget year is fully funded. We're talking about next year. And if we have to cut money from our budget next year, and the town comes to me and says, I have to cut $100,000, that's up to my discretion where it's cut from, not a full-time officer. I already don't have enough staff to provide the services to the town. I've said that many, many times. I get numerous complaints. I've already told you that I'm going to forward the complaints to the Board of Selectmen because I'm sick and tired of dealing with them because we just don't have enough staff. Plain and simple. So, any questions?
How many full-time officers do you have now?
9. The same amount of full-time officers that we had in 2014.
And how many full-time dispatchers do you have?
We have 4.
4. So that hasn't changed.
And that hasn't changed.
I know it went up a couple, but then like, it seems like it's a cycle. I think you went above 10, but then. I don't know
We've
what it
never
is.
gone above 10,
It comes,
10
it
officers.
seems like
Yeah.
it comes and then they stay a little bit and then it goes right back down and it stays stagnant. I have a question about the dispatch console, and maybe the
Yep.
dispatch thing is throwing me off here, but I understood that with the 911 grant or the dispatch agreement with Phillipston and Templeton, that's what that money was mainly for and goes towards, is the dispatch, computers, communicate, all of that
It does,
stuff.
correct.
So again, why would we not use the dispatch grant money? And I know I looked at the records, there's only like $48,000 right now.
Right.
It's like the same amount that was posted in July is still there now. So I'm just curious why we are using ARPA money and not the 911 grant money.
So it came down to where there was X amount of money left in the 911 grant, in the ARPA funds that were available to the police department. So in order to do that, we had, let's just throw the figure out there, $109,000 in ARPA funds, okay? The police cruiser sucked up almost $80,000 of that. All right, so now you're down to what, $29,000. So we had these 3 other projects. None of those projects are fully funded by ARPA funds. It's only supporting a portion of it.
Got it.
So ARPA funds are gonna support X amount of the Zetron, 911 is gonna support is gonna do the rest. The flooring upstairs sucked up a majority of the money. That was $35,000, I believe was the bid on that. So you put 80 and 35 together, there goes all your funds. So we're using a combination of ARPA funds. There was 20-something thousand dollars left in the building account from when the building was first put up to when we had the problem with the engineer and we fought him on some things. I thought we should have taken him to court on it. You know, lawyers cost more money, so they settled out, so they put the money in a side account. So we're using that money and we're using 911 monies to make all these 4 projects work. ARPA is not supplying all the funds for all of it. Does that answer your question, Jeff?
I know it started in well, we got the funding, initial funding approved in 15
Or,
for the rehab of the station. Right, it was 2000,
Yeah.
November 2015.
Yeah, right around 15.
50,000, and then they went out for another 1.5 million in
Yep.
18, and then there's the 225,000 for the Havoc system, and now the flooring so the station got done when 17, 18.
19, I believe we moved back into the station.
No.
Yes.
So is this flooring a case of the initial flooring was cheap, or it's just flat wore out, or?
No, so that was the initial lawsuit with the engineer and the designer of the HVAC system, that it was a faulty system that didn't support the humidity in the building properly.
So that wrecked the floor.
Had all the floor joists would swell, which caused cracking. Come to the station anytime you want to see all the cracks and just the tile peeling up everywhere, and it's embarrassing.
Okay, that was just my
Yep.
thing about the flooring, because like I said, I know the funding was in November of 15, and then we got additional money in 18,
That is correct.
and the station done, and my thought is, what do we do, buy like from
Unfortunately, with
eBay or
going
something, you
the
know?
state bids, you have to go with the lowest bidder. And that's what happens with the jobs. And I sat there and I said, guys, you're doing all this work and the building's it's not enclosed yet. There's puddles on the floor and you're already moving forward. The floors aren't dry and you're moving forward and putting down the subfloor. Cause I was in contracting before I became a police officer. I'm like, this doesn't add up right. But, they don't listen to me.
And my other concern, and this is, it's
Yes.
part of you and not part of you. Sending an old cruiser over to emergency management. And it's, just, it drives me nuts, because I support buying new cruisers each year
Absolutely.
to cut down the maintenance budget. But if you're buying a new one and you're keeping the old one, then if you started with one and you bought a new car and then you keep the old one, so now you have maintenance for 2, cost for 2. And then if you do it again, you just keep snowballing. You're not decreasing the maintenance budget totally. It's just moved over to another department. I would much rather see Rich Curtis come in here and say, look, I need a new truck, which would make total sense. To buy a truck, lease it, buy an extended warranty for a 4-year one, and then trade it in for 3 years, and a selling point with the truck's only this old, but it's got a paid for transferable extended warranty. And I think you'd get more money when you trade it in, but that's another story for another day. My concern is you taking a cruiser and it's going over here. Police department maintenance budget went down, but the maintenance budget over here is gonna go up because it's an old car. I don't see the sense in doing that. I understand the
Yep.
concept, but I don't see the sense in doing.
I don't disagree with you. Like you said, it's only part involves me. Once I turn that vehicle over to the highway department, technically to the town, whatever you decide happens to that is up to the board.
But it just,
So-
I just think when you get rid of the cruiser, I think they should go to the dealer in a trade somehow, but it's a process. I know it's not all on you, but it's all on us. It's right in our lap, but I saw that and I'm going, who would do that? Who would think that's a good idea when we're trying to cut the maintenance budget by replacing cruisers each year. And, you know, you figure out the road mileage in town, about 100 miles. You get 2 cruisers and they're traveling around town, the amount of miles they should put on that car in a 24-hour, 3-shift period, it adds up quick.
I don't think emergency services is gonna use it the same way.
But,
the police
but again,
department,
it's an old
I don't
car, and
disagree
it's
with
gonna
you
be
either.
a mile.
We
it's
just don't
gonna
have the
be
money
a
for extra
maintenance thing.
vehicles, yeah.
On a police officer time,
Mhm.
at some point in time, it's like anything. You can plow all the roads in Templeton with 1 truck and 1 guy. It's gonna take you a week, but you could do it. And I have seen, matter of fact, I got a question via email about, traffic and having a police officer, when school kids dropping off and getting picked up.
Oh, yeah.
And my first thought was, I don't know if it's workable to put an officer there and then, you know, be patrolling the town. I just,
Economically, it is not feasible. Man staff wise, I'll give you a perfect example. We got the complaint, the SRO, and like I've always said, there's only 2 guys working. He got the complaint, parked his car where the complaint was supposedly taking place. I've never seen that incident happen. And I drive that road all the time at that time. He parked his cruiser there, left the blue running lights on, walked down back to the school, wasn't in the school for 10 minutes and had to leave because he had a call. That's what happens.
well, that's what I know, but I'm,
So
there's the complaints are coming, but if you don't have a body to put there, it's, you know, I
Yep.
don't know what to tell them other than we don't have the people to do it. And I know the solution is, we talked about it when the reps were here, it's
Excuse
like
me, Mr.
everybody.
Chair.
it's the money, and we're gonna have to prioritize some things, some point in time. But that was my main point, well, my question was that cruiser, that's why I said it's kind of part of you, but it just drives me nuts that way. We're buying new cars and, well, they don't last with,
I don't
The
agree, I
trap,
don't
but,
disagree with you,
uh,
Jeff.
but, you know, we're just taking the maintenance costs from you and putting it on
Pushing it down the
somebody
road.
else, and so we didn't save a penny. Your budget looks good, but it's being spent over here, so what would you do?
Yeah.
Took $1 out of your left pocket and put it in your right pocket and said, yeah, I made some money today. And I do hear you on that, because I did go back and looked at the annual town reports and counted the officers and the part-time back then, and yeah, I know it's, like I said, you gain an officer, but it's like a revolving door, it seems like. They stay for a little bit and then right back to 9. And that includes you?
Yeah.
I was sure about that, but I just had
Yep.
to go off the top of my head. That was my questions for you. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. I just wanted to add, Chief, in response to your staffing, I personally am gonna work. We've been talking it for a year, different scenarios and otherwise, and we use the word override when we talk through it. It's my intention to give you the full support that you need so we can realize it this year. I heard what the town administrator said during his comments about it being a horrible budget year, but I like to be an optimist and I'd like to figure out a way. If the community sees the need, if we're getting phone calls or otherwise, I'd like to answer that by trying to figure out a way to staff you higher than you are now. So that's my pledge to you, is that this budget year, I want to try and figure out a way to do it. Terry, you're.
No, it's a long shot, but in the meantime, could you access any cert? They do traffic sometimes. Could you access cert for?
There's only one person complaining
Yeah.
about that particular,
Yeah,
issue.
got the letter.
yeah, one. And we've addressed it every single time. So, no.
No.
There's more than enough teachers out there. Here's a novel idea. Why doesn't one of the parents volunteer to be a crossing guard right
That's what
there?
that was my
Hey,
text.
Another novel idea. We have senior work off.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been addressed.
Yeah.
I know Tim has. Any of you driven down Wellington Road during drop off and pickup? Can you speed past those cars that are parked there? No, you can't. Enough said.
Well, and people aren't professionals either. Policemen are trained for public. If, you know, if parents and other people in town aren't necessarily as qualified as you guys.
So there's a teacher that uses the stop sign right here on South Road that says stop and go. There's no issues there. So you don't need somebody making X amount of money standing there doing a crossing guard when this person's doing it just fine.
Yeah.
So.
Matter, Tim?
Almost.
all set.
Thank you, chief.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Too.
You too.
Okay, that concludes public safety. We are gonna jump into public services, starting with highway department. Folks, after the quarterly reports, I did want to take one item out of action after those quarterly reports. I'd like to move item I, senior center donations up. Okay. All right, Mr. Sozik.
Good evening,
Good
board.
evening.
Happy New Year.
Happy, Bob.
Everybody has their reports for highway and.
Yes, we do.
building grounds. I'll start with the highway. Second quarter, we continue doing some over rail mowing throughout the town. Ongoing beaver issues, to be checked and addressed. That's including, Whitney Road on the Gardner side. 3/4 of the way through the summer, I noticed the water table was pretty high over there, because we're trying to get, those culvert pipes addressed and done. It took a few weeks to figure out where the problem, because it was downstream. I did notify, MassDOT. And they did check a couple of their culverts, but the problem ended up being off Airport Road and Gardner out on the trail, so. Speaking with the director, they immediately filed for emergency permit. To try to release some of the water. But the activity over there has been horrendous as well. And their permit expired, so they're gonna file for another permit, so we're hoping come spring. We'll get it dropped down and get those pipes in and get it done. We had several crew members attend Worcester County Highway Association for Appreciation Day, and there was a few seminars they attended to. We graded Cook, Haskell, and Churchill roads. Repaired some DI covers and delineating markers on Hubbardston Road. Repaired some driveway ends at Baldwin, and Alexandra Drive. Did continued some sweeping of town roads and bridges. Pothole repairs continue. Did some at the Baldwin Fire Department, Town Hall, Turner Lane, Depot, Berry, Gray's Development Area. DPW Executive Secretary went out on administrative leave, medical leave. We worked on getting a temporary placement. We hired somebody and then they backed out at the last minute. I want to thank Laurie Weeder's department for her staff assisting me in the office. And then I ended up, Luann came back. She was doing a couple of half days, helping me out. Still not enough time, but we finally found after, putting out there again, we just hired a full-time temporary, started Monday. I think she's gonna work out well. But I wanna appreciate and thank Laurie's department for stepping up and helping us out. Great. Drainage issues are addressed throughout the town. Crews worked on trucks, plows, spreaders, preparation for upcoming winter months. Crews have been treating roads several times, or about 16 treatments as of today so far.
Okay.
One plow on event.
That's the Brian.
Brian once and the rest was salt.
Okay.
We had having trouble with the one of the 550s, I believe it's the newer one, it's the gas one, I believe it's a 22 or 23, we had sent it back to Matthew Ford several times, it's electrical issues and coil packs, so if they have it now, they're finally gonna pull the motor, put a new one in under warranty.
Under warranty, perfect.
Closure and detouring around North Main and Lord, Otter River.
Yep, I saw that.
We gave out one trench permit, we had one EFT reimbursement from MassDOT to the town. Any questions on the highway side?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, of course.
So, the executive secretary was out. How's the software package? Is it all, are you guys all
We're at
finished? Or
kind
is
of
it
a
on?
standstill right now. I got my hands way more than full.
Yeah, I can imagine.
And I gotta spend some time, training the new secretary.
Yeah,
And it's budget season, so. It's on the back burner for the moment.
yeah, well, I wish your executive secretary a healthy recovery.
Yeah, we all do. They're totally unexpected.
Yeah, it was. So,
Moving into buildings and grounds, we work continue,
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm wondering if you have been working on any plan, approaching engineering or anything like that, to a fix. For the intersection of Otter River and Lord Road and North Main Street, that's currently blocked off because of the flooding.
Well, back before I started, Jeff, there are a set of plans that's been designed and engineered for drainage, and it's been approved by the conservation.
How old is that plan? It's ancient, I think.
I don't know, Laura, you remember?
Was well, Bud Chase was here, so. Back then.
Will it still meet like today's standards?
I believe so, yeah. Cause the drainage, it was designed to go up Otter River, up the uphill side. That's all a problem down Lord Road and part of North Main.
On the Whitney Street culvert, you went in front of the advisory committee June of 23, and the culvert piping sections are over there on the side of the road near, I believe, Dave Richards'
Yep.
pit right there. So that's almost 2 years. If there was money from the reserve fund taken, is there a plan to get that done? Because sitting there for 2 years, I don't know if it was. Apparently, if it wasn't a real emergency and this past summer with the drought that we had, the low water tables we had, I just would have thought it would have got done. But is there a plan to get that done?
I just mentioned that, Jeff. That our goal was to get it done this coming spring, working with God and release the water. And the first, yes, I got the pipe right away, and with the intentions of doing it, but I didn't have any help. I mean, I'm trying the best I can, and I want it done as soon as possible. I don't want to be sitting on that.
Let's
It's
see.
gonna be well planned, because there's no outlet on the other side, so we gotta notify the few residents down there and make it work within a day. I plan on hiring Dave Richards to assist us to get it done quicker and make it happen this spring.
Well, again, my concern was it was big hurry, got the pipe, and now it sits there. It's as if we didn't plan on it or didn't look at
We
it.
did plan on it, but I didn't have no help.
That, okay, well, then this is
I can't do
a
it with two
different
guys.
discussion, but
And I mentioned this in weekly reports and quarterly reports that I was starving for help.
then we have to do business in a different way. On to snow and ice, with the computerized controllers that many towns use, including Templeton. Do you have a data sheet or a spreadsheet with the amount of salt used
For lane mile, yeah.
per event, per truck?
Yeah.
With the miles they use?
Yeah. Do you have that electronically?
No. That's an extra cost. I have a paper like this and they fill out how many loads of salt. They would mark down the tons of salt they put out. And they
Can
also
I
write
get a,
down, what's that?
can I get a copy of that?
Yeah, there's like probably 300 copies so far. I can give it to you all.
My thing is to look at that at the end of the snow season would help planning how much money we should set aside for snow and ice, particularly salt.
I put that in an annual report. How much I use.
I haven't seen the 24 annual report yet because it's not printed. So I'm asking
Just saying,
if you have it for this
every year I put it in the annual report.
And how many, so how many total full-time employees do you have now?
6.
6. Have we, is the tree guy hired? Have we found?
We put that out for publication a couple of times. We did have several applicants, but none of them were qualified. Winchendon did the same thing. They had few applicants. Nobody had the license. So now, just recently, Adam reached out to Winchendon. I'm pretty sure we're gonna terminate the agreement with filling that position.
So we don't have an employee to meet that agreement, the way it was planned.
Nobody
written.
applied. They knew about it, but no in-house, nobody applied.
All right, thank you.
Any others for Bob? We'll go into buildings and grounds. Thanks, Bob.
Buildings and grounds, they continue to work on Baptist Common Project. That was funded by the CPC and is completed. Prepared a few new area for the shed arriving at Pine Grove Cemetery. That's in place now in the service. Mowing and trimming, leaf blowing, cutting, continue the Pine Grove, Green Lawn cemeteries in the town areas. Flags are removed at Pine Grove and Green Lawn, Templeton Center, Baptist Common cemeteries, excuse me. Preparation for many burials at the town cemeteries. Shut off the water at Pine Grove and Green Lawn and winterize. Fall cleanup, town hall, Scouts Hall, town buildings I mentioned. Air conditioners were removed and box moved up for the offices at the town hall. Assisted the highway department on multiple small projects. Maintenance and work at Gilman Waite in preparation for winter. Christmas lights are strung in various town commons. Salting and shoveling at the town buildings has begun. They did receive their new F-550 hook lift. It's working out good. There were 8 internments, 1 lot sale, 1 lot deeded, 2 foundations, and 1 flag marker done.
Thanks, Bob. Any questions, buildings and grounds?
A quick one. Bob, how are we set for staffing for buildings and grounds? What's our current full-time, part-time?
We have a full-time foreman and we have 1 full-time laborer.
2. Thank you.
7. Thank you. Jeff? Okay, Bob, thank you very
Thank
much.
you, Bob.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Have a good night.
You too, sir.
Next up is Parks and Recreation. Good evening, Candace.
Good evening. Okay. Second quarter, Parks and Rec, in the end of, towards the middle to end of October, we had our fall softball playoff game. And then we progressed into the finals. The red team won with a score of 2-1. For that game, our coordinators was Vanessa and Mark. And we had some sponsors, coaches, referees, volunteers, parents, and fans who everybody did a wonderful job for the fall softball league. Also in October, towards the end, we had our 6U and 8U soccer. They ended their season while the 13U had their playoff games. And on Saturday, November 2nd, the championship game was played. The Hurricanes, which was a navy blue team, which was the sponsor was WJ Graves Concrete, versus the Army green color team, which was the Gardner Auto Mart team. The games were tied 1-1 until the very last minute of the game, and then the Toronto Tornadoes scored in a penalty shot. And if they hadn't scored, then the game would have had to go into some kind of decision making situation, which we all stood there, nobody had a plan. So we were all like, please score. So it was like, and they all said, we need a plan for next year. So that was a good moment. Our coordinator was new this year, Brittany, and her husband Barrett was the assistant. They did a wonderful job with the program. They have a lot of energy and creativity, and we were very lucky to get them this year. And we had some great referees, lots of volunteers and fans and parents. It was a great season, so it was a good one. During the park end of our, we had the DPW and the Templeton, Winchendon Animal Control sponsors. They did a fall festival, the Touch a Truck in the park. So it was one of our first bookings ever in the park. That was something that wasn't Parks and Rec doing it. And they came in at the same time we were doing our last games for soccer that day, and everything worked out wonderful. So it was a great effort by everybody. And they want to do it again next year. So we're looking forward to having them on the property again. The park was winterized and cleaned on November 3rd through the 5th at Gilman Waite. The batting cage nets were taken down and stored, and the concession stand and bathrooms were cleaned, and the water was turned off. The water wheel was tucked safely for storage as well. And all the other parks were cleaned as well. But the final push was on the 19th with the taking down the pickleball tennis court nets and walking that area off, and as well as the back parking lot. Due to the fact that it's not paved anymore, we've had a lot of issues with maintenance of it. So because we have a nice paved front one, we closed it for safety reasons too. There was a lot of safety issues the last few years. We had some, our laborer, Mike and Brendan, did a great job. Jamie, our manager for the concession stand, closing everything up with the DPW, Bob, and then Jake with building and grounds, and plus the light department, water department, everybody pitched in to get that water turned off for the season and winterized. And the plumber came out too. Basketball season, had a couple of clinics. It was great turnout for their clinics, but they started their official season on Saturday, December 7th, with the younger Division 1 and 2 doing picture day, and then the following Saturday on the 14th, the Division 3, 4, and 5, they had their picture day. We have 273 total players signed up for the league. We have 30 teams and 5 divisions in total.
Is that good?
Yeah, that's excellent.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and we were very lucky to get the space from the school to accommodate it. We've also got donation from Phillipston to allow us to do some extra practices with our teams on Monday and Thursday in their facility, which was really nice of them to allow us to do that. In the report that we gave you guys, it lists a lot of the sponsors that helped make that possible with the uniform shirts and upcoming awards. So they're all in the report that's on the town website. On Sunday, December 1st, we had a great turnout for the annual tree lighting and parade. We would like to thank everybody that was involved and that came out for it. And that again is listed in our second quarter report as well. We do want to say that, I do want to say that the American Legion always does a wonderful job with the lights in the section of Baldwinville, you know, because it enhances the tree that the town does. And so, I mean, I thought
They
they
take
did a
a lot
good,
of pride.
yeah.
there.
And then the Lions Club, they try to do their best with the gazebo area, the town's gazebo in the center of Templeton. So with those two efforts, with those two groups, it's nice to have that and the, you know, the community aspects of the lights in the town. But we hope that we can get more businesses and more organizations involved to help light up the town during the Christmas season coming forward. We hope that you know, we're trying our best. It's Parks and Rec is a couple of years trying to help run this event for the town, you know, learning what's best, you know, which way works best. So we try to listen to everybody's input, but we're not going to make everybody
I
happy
know.
probably.
I'd like to talk to you at some point about adopt an island program. And
Yeah.
how you would envision that and how that could even help out that kind of situation to get awareness and everything. You'd immediately have sponsors, American Legion for that area, the Lions at the town hall. So in the future, I'd like to.
Yeah,
talk to you about
we've
that.
talked about it too, because we have that section that's in front of the little park that we have that's in front of the Cumberland Farms in Baldwinville, and I went out there and the little pots that you see
You
there.
do everything.
I
yeah.
I planted them the best, and then I learned that certain plants you can't do a certain way, so I had to redig them up and put them back in again because they didn't make it. No, I don't have a green thumb apparently. I just want to remind everybody that next year on Sunday, December 7th, will be the tree lighting next year. So now it'll fall back. You know, it just happened this year was right after Thanksgiving, but now it'll go back to that second week. So I know that it was hard for everybody being right there at Thanksgiving. But it is traditionally for a town to be that first Sunday of
The
December.
same temperature as I remember.
Yeah. We also had our movie in the senior center. We showed Elf, our coordinator, Katie McClure, and her husband and family, with the play group. Folks did a wonderful job, our rec play group program. And we were supposed to have Prettiest Princess at the parade, but her flight got just delayed, so she came out for the movie, and the kids really enjoyed seeing Elsa at the movie. So that didn't really go with them. Yeah, so she did some crafts with them and stuff, so it worked out well. And then lastly, we included a picture, on December 18th. The town received our new Parks and Rec, the town received the new tractor. It arrived, and it's all winterized and it's all stored up. Bob and his crew went down and got it all ready to go. So we included a picture so everybody in town could see what the new tractor looked like. It'll be able to cut the lawns and do all the work that we'll need. And our next thing is we'll probably need a trailer so we can get it to the other parks, but that's another issue. I do want to say a couple of things. I should have said it in the comments. We did open our Unipay up to our softball girls league registration. It's open. And we also did our T-ball registration is now opened for our little ones because we have that new little T-ball field at Gilman Waite. So those registrations are on Unipay right now. And I also being put on the board of CPC community preservation. We have our needs night tomorrow night at 6:30. So anybody in the community that thinks that we have a need or something that they would like to see our town do, especially financial wise for community preservation money, they should come tomorrow night to the meeting. It's before our regular meeting. It's at 7. So this meeting is at 6:30. So they
6:30.
should come out. And
Here,
yeah.
Okay.
So I just wanted to mention it because
I'm glad you did.
Yeah.
John had mentioned it at the all boards meeting on Monday. We didn't have that broadcast live. We had a good audience for it, but I'm really
Yeah.
appreciative that you're
Because
mentioning it tonight.
it's everybody in our town has the right and a voice to say what they think the town needs and what we should be spending our money on. So, or what project they think that should happen.
Yep,
So
for
it's
CPC
important.
funds, yeah.
Yeah, it's important for people to come out and talk about it, because, these days things are getting a little bit more limited around
Things
everything.
cost a lot. and
Yeah,
it's only so
everything
much.
costs so much, yeah. So we want to make sure everybody has a fair share to say what they would like to see it happen with the money.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Yep. And that's
Any
it.
questions for Candace?
As always, Candace, well done with Parks and Recreation, everything that the group does. The the basketball league has been a very impressive showing, and it's, I know the coordination that goes into it, so it's very, very well done.
Yeah, nice numbers. Good
Yeah,
job.
we're very lucky. Our staff is very good. And yeah, the commission, we put some good programs together and it took a lot of time in the last 3 years, building it up and putting the rules in place and getting everybody, it takes a lot to have everybody to do what they need to do. There's still some tweaks, still some people, when you have rules, not everybody wants to do them. So, but I think thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right.
Candace?
Okay, that concludes public services. As I had mentioned before we started public services, I wanted to take item I out of cycle. In your packet, you have a memo from Jackie Prime for a senior center donation, an anonymous donation of $1,000. But just before the meeting, Adam informed me that we were potentially going to have a visit from Friends of the Templeton Elders. And since I know our former select board member Doug Morrison is a member of that, I wanted to be able to take it out of cycle and not have you sit here until 10 o'clock tonight. So is it your intention to make a donation from FOTE?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll take the first one and then I'll just ask you to come up to the mic. So could I?
Mr. Chair?
Yep, thank you.
I move to approve the senior center donation from the resident wishing to remain anonymous in the amount of $1,000.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Thank you.
No, you'll be next.
Yep.
Just to say that the village here is obviously great, and to whoever anonymous is, thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
It's in my, I've been on the board for 6 years and we're seeing much more donations. I think it's every week, every meeting
Every
that
other
we've
week.
had, we're seeing the community donate. I know during COVID, there was a lot of food pantry donations, but to see this kind of support for our senior center and to be there on Monday and hear what they've got going on.
Mhm.
I know, everyone had successes and challenges. But it's really nice that we've got a pretty vibrant senior center in a community that really wants to see it succeed. Any other comments on this $1,000 anonymous donation? Okay, hearing none on the motion to accept the $1,000 from anonymous. How would you vote, Tim?
Yes. Yes.
Jeff is yes.
Yes.
Matt, it'll be can't keep up. Terry's a yes and
Yes.
Matt's a yes and I'm a yes as well. On the agenda item for senior center donation, again, I just heard this morning. Would you like to come to the mic? Doug, I'm sorry.
Don, actually,
Don.
the current president of the Friends.
Okay,
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you. Yep, thank you.
I'd like to have the record state that I'm sorry, say your name again, please.
Friend-
Donna Sands from the Friends of Templeton Elders did pass out a letter to the entire board, should be included with the materials provided for the meeting.
Mr. Chairman, if
Yes.
it's possible, I'd like the letter to be read out loud so that it's part of the record.
sure.
Would you like us
Would
to
you
do
want
that
me to
for
do
you?
it or do you want to?
It's up to you.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
You have a nice booming voice.
From the Friends of Templeton Elders Incorporated dated January 8th, 2025 to the Town of Templeton Board of Selectmen, 160 Patriots Road, P O Box 620, East Templeton, Massachusetts 01438. Honorable Michael Curry, Chairman. The Friends of Templeton Elders is a nonprofit organization that was established to assist and support the Templeton Senior Center. The Friends were formed over 20 years ago and many goals have been achieved due to the efforts of numerous individuals, resulting in the town having an inviting and functional senior center where all are welcome. The current members of the Friends believe that the initial goals of the organization have been met except for the kitchen. For various reasons, the group is no longer able to continue fundraising as it did in the past and has decided to dissolve the corporation and liquidate the remaining assets. A check for the amount of $63,289.12, representing the remainder of all funds, will be turned over to the town. These funds are intended to help complete the final goal of having an on-site kitchen at the senior center. There are stipulations for the use of these funds. A grant of $14,000 was obtained specifically for acquiring kitchen equipment and cannot be used for construction, plumbing, electrical work, or similar expenses. The remaining funds are also designated for the kitchen and can be used for other kitchen construction and equipping expenses. None of the funds are to be used for salaries, supplies, programming, or any other aspects of the senior center operation. It has been suggested that the group relinquish its 501c3 status and tax exempt certificate to the current administration. These certifications are issued to a legal entity, EIN, and by dissolving the nonprofit corporation, the legal entity, these certifications are dissolved along with it, including the USPS permits. If the senior center needs a private fundraising organization, someone will need to establish a new nonprofit legal entity, apply for 501c3 status, secure a tax exemption certificate, and obtain any desired USPS permits. Respectfully, Donna L. Sands, President, Friends of the Templeton Elders. This was copied to Adam Lamontagne, the town administrator. Included with the materials provided is the image of the check for $63,186.83, and also a check for $102.25 and a check for 6 cents, which is the total of $63,289.12.
Thank you.
And I have the real check.
Checks.
Go ahead, Don.
Or checks.
He's got the real thing. No, I would just like to say that when the Friends first came aboard, it was because they wanted to have a place for the seniors to congregate and whatnot. And over the years, a lot has happened. And unfortunately, in the last year or so, there's been a lot of improper information going out about it. For instance, someone was of the impression that we were using kitchen money for activities that we normally have done all along. And the kitchen money, if you will, was always in a separate account, was never touched, was never used, was never meant to be used. Initially, the Friends, when the buildings were constructed, the sheriff's department had work crew come out with the caveat that they would be given lunch every day. The Friends paid for that. Friends paid for carpeting, for desks, for chairs, for computers, for a table for the library, and craft tables and card tables and chairs. And there was never a request denied that wasn't, as long as it was a reasonable request. There were elders who had appointments out of our immediate area. The Friends bought a compact car so that they could be transported to Worcester and to Boston. So over the years, a lot has gone on. There's been trips, there's been activities, there's been food, there's been entertainment, the mailing for the newsletter. We always paid for the permit and the mailings, and it got with the cost. By the end, it was like $2,600 a year, which adds up quickly. I believe it was Elaine spoke to people as they were coming in, and now a lot of people are getting electronically, so that's brought the cost of that down. This money was a lot of different activities, a lot of fundraising activities. It wasn't just one or two, and it wasn't just one person. It was a large group of people. But with all the negativity, we no longer feel we can adequately or do fundraising that would help any more than what we have here. And frankly, we're all getting kind of old. You know, it is
Yeah.
a senior center. So, so we decided that since we're not as active as we would like to be, the best thing would be to liquidate and to turn it all over. And it's, as the years went on, the cost of everything got so much more that obviously we're not going to be able to meet the demands, but hopefully this will help bring it forward, and we will have a functioning kitchen. And now you just have new funds, so that's amazing.
Right. Donna, I know that the information for this has been swirling around for a few years. I get that. You know, again, I said it earlier in the meeting, I like to be an optimist to say, ultimately, we can understand why people say things, do things, bad blood or otherwise. Ultimately, it was a legitimate 501(c)(3) that was
Mhm.
doing fantastic things.
Yeah.
During COVID, I know that Doug was making sure that meat was being provided to the food pantry. And I know FOTE was paying for that.
There
Now that
was-
we've got to this point, now I didn't know you were coming tonight. We didn't understand the schedule otherwise. I actually thought you were gonna come up to the table during citizen input. What I quickly
Yeah,
did, I know.
I knew that he didn't, and it kind of came and went, and
So
so,
just for the boards, we had a senior center donation, at least an agenda item on that, and
Yeah, it covers,
I-
in my mind, it covers.
I
okay.
wanted to be able to bring that
Yeah.
forward and say, let's encapsulate that. We won't take it all together, but we'll take it
Okay.
piece by piece.
And I appreciate
Thank you
that.
for providing not only like that, it's very clear to me, we're gonna dissolve the 501(c)(3). I really appreciate the part to say, hey, we did great work, so if you want to continue, someone else is gonna have to not take this, but create a new one, and I understand that there's some work to be done now, but if you get the right people, then you can know how to do
Mhm.
that. So I think this is the right move for the close of this chapter of
Yes.
FOTE.
Yes.
And I certainly appreciate this. This is going to be people anticipated it, was discussed during town meeting, so I know what the motion should be and otherwise, but I'll let the rest of the board speak, but thank you.
Unfortunately, people who were speaking to it really didn't have the correct information.
And here you are tonight giving us the,
So,
Yeah, the straight answer.
unfortunately, there was a lot of derogatory things said, and
sorry for that.
and I feel badly. I'm a Johnny come lately. I've just been involved for the last 10 years. A lot of very dedicated people did a lot of good work,
Yes.
and it's too bad that it has come to this, but by the same token, as I said, we're getting old.
This is, like I said, it's the next chapter. This is a great way. To me, this is like a big round of applause. This is huge for FOTE and the town. Yes.
And I was just gonna say the same thing, and while I'm saddened to see the Friends of the Elders closing their doors basically and dissolving. I would like to ask all my fellow board members at this time just to stand and give the for everyone who did all the good work and for everyone who donated. Thank you. This is spectacular, and will go a long way toward doing some good in the senior center.
Even Rome fell. But way back when, the first Mac and Cheese Festival, I believe they raised about $3,500, 3,000, somewhere around there. And I was told that bought the tables in the big room.
No.
Big dining room down there. Well, the money went to something like that, and I made a donation to it, and then I was told that bought chairs, but whatever
Your donation was in a separate account along with the grant money, the $14,000 grant money. That was in a separate account, and it was always kept separate. Anything that was for the kitchen was always kept separate and was never used. The tables, in fact, in the big room were all replaced by two people who play pitch. They,
I'm just.
No, I'm just saying,
over the
and
years, that's.
so, no, your donation, and there was another, well, there were two other donations, were all kept in a separate
Okay.
account that was designated for the kitchen.
But like I
So,
said, it's been, and that was like 10 years ago.
right, and
So-
unfortunately,
It's been a long time.
a lot of
coming.
people got a lot of misinformation. And I really don't think that we could successfully do fundraising right now, because the derogatory comments that were made did a lot of harm. And I feel badly because before my time, there was a lot more people who did a lot of work, and they put their heart and soul into it, trying to do something good, and the senior center is a very nice place to go. And it's, it's too bad that, but it happens. And so we just felt that this would be, and there was also comments made that we were sitting on this money and we weren't going to give it back. And we weren't sitting on anything. We were waiting for the bids to go out and for it to be a reality. It's a reality now, so you may as well have the funds.
Timing, yeah.
And then there's the elevator and the generator, and then I think the long laundry list, that we talked about back in Scout Hall, like, I forget how
A
many years.
million years
We
ago.
were on the,
Yeah.
the committee together.
I do have one question though. When you mentioned the generator, I worked at the police station for way too long. But, and when the new building, when it was revamped, it was my understanding that, the generator from the police station was gonna go to the senior center. That never came to fruition.
It's, it's like the kitchen. It's just one of those things taking a long time. We'll get there, but the kitchen was like the big thing on the list, and then I know there was the elevators, a couple more big pieces before.
But that generator would power that entire bid
So,
building. I can't even
we'll,
speak,
we'll get there.
but
So thank you.
you're more than welcome, and thank you for your time.
Yeah, oh, just a couple other
Yep.
comments.
We've spoken to this point before, and Chairman Curry just addressed, we see almost every meeting, there's a donation to the senior center. That is phenomenal. I think it really, and we've already recognized, but it really needs to be driven home. We've got multiple decades of people who got together, had a vision, had a long-range goal, a plan, executed it, and now we're finally getting this to the finish line.
Yeah.
And the names have changed, the faces have changed, the conditions have changed, but we've kept the goal first and foremost, and we're here.
Yeah.
So to that, my hat's off to the entire Friends of Templeton elders, current and past.
Everyone. that-
Well, the members will be pleased that it was well received.
And I think it's important to say, while there were a number of volunteers on the, the Templeton Elders Board, and organization, donations just don't fall out of the air. It's everybody who donated that actually, made this thing possible. So you've got some people that organize, but it's the people who donate and participate in the activities that, make the difference.
Thanks, Doug.
Thank
Just the
you.
mac and cheese thing was actually a pretty big event for a few years.
Yeah.
For a number of years.
Perfect
Yeah.
timing.
Mr.
Time
Chair.
is right.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, no,
Please
I have-
finish.
you
Go
have-
ahead. No, you were gonna say something. Go
I
ahead.
was just gonna say, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I move to approve the donation from the Friends of the Templeton Elders in the amount of $63,289.12 with the following stipulations. One, a grant of $14,000 obtained specifically for acquiring kitchen equipment and cannot be used for construction, plumbing, electrical work, or similar expenses. Two, the remaining funds of the $63,289.12 are also designated for the kitchen and can be used for other kitchen construction equipping expenses. Three, none of the funds are to be used for salaries, supplies, programming, or any other aspects of the senior center operations. And four, that this reduces the amount appropriated at the special town meeting previous, for the kitchen previously.
Calculation.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Thank you.
Hearing no further discussion.
Just again, a resounding thank you to all who were involved. Absolutely.
Yes. Okay, there's no further discussion on the motion to accept the donation of the Friends of Templeton Elders with noted stipulations. How would you vote, Tim?
Yes.
Jeff? Terry?
Yes.
Matt?
Absolutely,
And I vote
yes.
As well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Matt, don't try and check cash out. That's.
No,
not
no, that's photocopy now. Just had to clear the accounts out.
Okay, folks, very exciting. We're gonna go back to our regularly scheduled program. We're up to item F. Action item, adoption of the digital equity plan. I think Jeff, you're leading us.
Yeah, just a quick, I don't have much. I've presented the plan already publicly. It's gone for public review and I've submitted the revisions for many comments electronically. So the board should have that electronic copy, and I already have reviewed it in advance of the meeting. For the record, Jeff LeGros with the Montechusett Regional Planning Commission, and this is a follow-up to my previous public presentation of this digital equity plan. The public review and comment period was extended to a couple of days. It ended in early December. We did receive some minor comments, but nothing major. Again, all those revisions were made. So I'm just here to encourage the town and the board to accept the plan. And I want to thank everybody for their hard work that went into it. And I want to thank the public and the board for any comments that we did receive. And in particular, I'd like to thank Steve Castle for being the lead of the core team and heading this initiative up. A lot of hard work went into it. So thank you, Steve. Thanks to the town and Graceland as well.
Yeah, Jackie.
Yeah, and Jackie Prime, who was the third person who
Wow,
lead on the.
you
on the
guys really
subcommittee.
knocked it out of the park with this one, I'm telling you. And then the revised one, there were things that, I wrote all the things that I noticed on the revisions. You caught them all and then some.
It got better.
Yeah, it did. It
Um,
really did. I was so surprised.
Couple comments from MBI that made the plan better, I think, all around.
Yep,
So we're pleased with it. We hope you're pleased with it.
every detail.
And with that, I'd like to hand out, just because I thought we will bring forth a printed copy for the town. But I thought that it would be nice for the select board here to have a copy of section 6, which is the action plan.
That's the big, yeah.
And that will help you over
All
the next
orders.
3 to 5 years, what we see as the body of the period of time of this plan. This is something you can refer to throughout that period of time. Mr. Chair, with your permission, I'll hand it out
Yep.
now. Absolutely. Thank you.
That's what I thought about that. Tall orders. Who's gonna bring this through? If I may, my favorite.
Is there anything different from the section 6 that he's handing out now
Let me see.
to the one that we have in our?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Another reason why I printed it, there is no difference, to the content of the action plan other than what came through in the requested revisions.
Okay.
2 of the action items, were slightly adjusted based on Steve Castle's comment, but they kept the same real, heart of what was added. It's just a matter of who or how it was gonna be accomplished.
So Kelsey, I'm thinking like revisions of section 6 were passed out.
And then the other thing to add is that the funding sources of
Yeah.
section 6, the potential funding sources have been expanded upon since. As we're constantly finding new funding sources, so we added to that as well to make it better. So there's additional funding sources and resources in the final part of section 6, which is section 6.4 implementation. In particular, 6.4.2. We have additional resources that weren't in the first revision. About 3 or 4 pages of additional resources. So it's really good for helping the town with finding additional and appropriate funding sources to help implement the plan.
Do we have that in the final or was new?
That part of section 6 is new. So
Okay.
one of the reasons why I printed section 6. Other than that, the minor revisions are all in the electronic version that was sent. And the additions to section 6 that are different are only in section 6.4.2,
Okay.
the funding resources.
Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
So Jeff, thank you. This was a lot of work. I know, we get our packets and I had read through it before, read it through it again to make sure that I understood a lot of the front side work. And I think we kind of, really stamped our foot on that. My concern is implementation, for Adam and for Steve. I don't want Steve to think this is your job. I don't want, like, this is our job. This is so comprehensive in terms of identification, funding sources. Actually, I'll split it out. Like those, I know what they are. They're equipment, service areas, right? Education, but there's also the other side of implementation is how are you going to do it with the right people and otherwise? We already give 10 pounds of stuff for Steve's 5-pound bag. I want to make sure that we're looking at this comprehensively across the town. And not just think that, I'm not talking in the third person, I'm saying it to you, Steve. I don't want you to think like this is another burden that you have to carry on your back as much as you want. I know you want to do that. We gotta take this on all together. That's my perspective. This is a great product. We can use it. It's like a shelf plan, whether we're ready to go or the money comes in, we got, another person or staffing. I love it. So.
And I will say that kudos to the town for getting involved in this program and, for taking the initial steps to see that the town was one of the 9 or 10 communities in the Montechusett region that did a plan. Everybody could have, not everyone did. And I think the towns that did made a good move. And
Gave us data.
yeah, you
Yeah.
got some really good information and some things to look forward to. And I look at it as opportunities. And of all the plans that we do, there are things that we know are going to come out of the plans. And then there are other plans like this that we do that we didn't even realize the level of opportunity that's there waiting and the level of need. And when we finally dug into this and really got going, you realize what the needs are, but that the opportunity to meet those needs is right there within grasp, and it's not always the case. And the MBI, Mass Broadband Institute, has reserved funds for the community as a second step to this planning process. Again, at no cost to the community, no match required. Those funds are already reserved and ready and waiting. So as soon as this plan is accepted, adopted, we're then going to start that next step over the next 2 months to get that application in to MBI so that the first 5 or 10 items on this action list, the most important, highest priorities, the equipment for the library, for the digital lab and senior center and things like that. So that's stuff that's at that within that grip and within the amount of funds that have been reserved by MBI, so that we can take that first step, and so that this plan will then be on its way, and then implementing the other larger action items over the next few years won't seem so daunting. Some of the first steps will have been taken, and you'll have a plan here to hopefully do it, and a whole list of a lot of different funding options, and that's from education funding, to digital, equity and digital information, IT type funding. The Community Compact has an IT grant that can fund a lot of these types of initiatives. They have a municipal fiber grant that can fund these types of initiatives. This is also the Commonwealth Cabinet. All of the different grant programs are listed in here. But there are several grant programs that libraries are eligible for, that schools are eligible for. So by pulling that whole list together and really looking at this and not forgetting about it, don't let it collect dust on the shelf. Keep a look at that printout that you have in front of you, refer back to it. I'm glad that you say it, Mr. Chair, that you see this as a town thing and a team effort that you guys want to carry forward and to make some of these real positive changes.
Yeah.
Important for a rural community. And of rural communities in this area, Templeton is almost like a hub. You're a little bit bigger than a couple of your neighbors, and you have, believe it or not, some additional resources that some of the smaller towns don't. It got mentioned earlier, the further west you go or the closer to Quabbin, the towns get smaller, the resources get thinner. So I like your cup half full attitude and that optimism. And look at it that way. Templeton has a lot to offer within and as well as being sort of a hub to some of those smaller communities around you. So I think you can think of yourselves that way with this digital equity thing.
Okay. This diagram right here within section 6, this to me looks like the plan of action milestones that we're through this various these milestones. I'll start to see some of those other things like the education, the equipment, and otherwise. I think that's very important because I don't want to lose track. And I know Steve's in execution and Graceland is tied into grant to making sure that we've got the proper funding in place. I just want to make sure that we're the board, the town is cognizant of that plan of action and milestones.
In particular, I'm glad you pointed that one out because I'll leave it at this and then, leave it to you. But that particular section, 6.4.1, the Municipal Digital Equity Implementation Program.
Yeah.
If you look, there's in bold $56,603.77. That is the amount that's currently reserved for the town of Templeton. And you may apply for more than that, up to 100,000, but you're reserved that amount. In other words, that amount is guaranteed to come to Templeton in this first year, within a few months of now, when the application is submitted. That amount will come to implement those first options. And then that figure that you referred to,
Yeah.
that is that is how the bulleted numbers just before that figure and that figure
Uh-huh.
is how this grant program is going to be implemented. And in the action plan, that's a pullout here in
Yeah.
full 11/17, the color coded T at the beginning, these are the different categories that many of these actions fall under. The numbers 1 through 7 that are the red and the yellow and the orange and the green, and then they're listed in the implementation action plan. These are the different categories that each particular action relates to, and any of those categories are eligible under that municipal digital equity implementation grant program. It's here, the funds are reserved in that 57,000 plus amount. And, we're hoping that that grant program continues and comes back year to year for at least the next few years, but we don't know that for sure. We just know that right now in this first year, those funds are reserved. So, Graceland and the town and Steve and MRPC is committed to helping you through that application process as well. So we're encouraged and hopeful that those first several priority action items will get
Okay.
into that application.
Thanks, Jeff. Any board member comments?
You're a rock star. Your
You're
your
busy.
enthusiasm and your attention to detail, your passion is contagious. I appreciate, this is really.
Yeah, I try to be optimistic as well, because there's a lot against us these days, and especially when you're in planning and municipal government, volunteerism and being a board member. So kudos to, everyone who's involved in that to try to continue to keep doing what we do for the better of the community and, our cities and towns. And I can't, the credit goes to the entire MRPC team. This is like I said, we serve 9 communities on this one grant application program. So we're doing plans for several communities right now. And, of the total 23 that we serve, that's almost half of our communities that 22 in Devon's in some cases, but that's almost half of them that applied for this program. So we're all working on it, kind of all hands on deck, and we've learned a lot, and we've really gotten excited about this digital equity stuff and a lot of opportunity. And, like I said, this is one of the plans that when we finish it, we're like, wow, this can really make a difference in the communities. So,
Thank you then.
Yeah.
Thank you to everybody.
thank you. and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Jeff.
Entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I move to adopt the digital equity plan as explained and presented for the town of Templeton.
So seconded.
Matt's the second, and we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, on adopting the digital equity plan for the town of Templeton as presented this evening, how do you vote, Tim?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes,
Terry?
Yeah.
And I vote yes as well. Thank you very much, Jeff, and the whole team.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the town and all the board members. Adam, thank you very much, Steve. Appreciate it. Thank you, Pat.
Thanks. Here, I'm gonna step out.
Night, stay warm.
Great night.
Want me to-
Stay warm, Jeff.
Keep going, okay. All right, folks, that concludes item F. We are moving on to item G, action related to budget amendment 2025-1. 2025-1. This is transfer of non-union merit equity raises, and you have that in your packet. Total is $30,000, broken out by select board, accounting, treasurer collector, development services, buildings and grounds, senior services, library, and parks and recreation. And noting the accounts from and to.
You have the transfer in front of you. We have this money within the budget for fiscal year 2025. I've already briefed the board in fiscal year 2026. I will not propose it within the town administrator's proposed budget. This is really based off of the evaluations that I did with the departments. And I think it's well deserved by the folks. We have a lot of hardworking people here, non-union. They seem to understand the fact that we're going to have a challenging fiscal year 2026. And this will be the last one for some time. And we'll see how fiscal year 2027 looks.
We'll see.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I move to approve the proposed budget amendment as presented 2025-1.
I have a motion. Second. Yep, Jeff, second that. More on the budget amendment for non-equity. Yep. And we're at discussion at this point. Any discussion? I've got nothing.
Too much money going to development services.
Wow. Jeez.
The door will be locked next time I go there.
That bus hit quick.
Any further
Listen,
digs?
I got a whole bunch of
Yeah.
notes to prove it's right.
Any further digs? That means discussion.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, said thank you.
Jeez.
Hearing nothing further on the motion to approve the budget amendment 2025-1 as presented. How do you vote, Tim?
Yes.
Yes.
Terry?
Yes.
Yeah. And
Yes.
I vote yes as well.
Thank you for your consideration.
You just send this down.
Item H, action related to food pantry license. I don't have that in my packet, or is that in the printed packet?
It's just a one pager that we do each year. This was with the kitchen going on, we had to follow up with I had to talk with Bob and everything. Looks like they should be able to continue forward as they have been. So this will be for another year. I don't think we have any complaints about how they've been running it. I think they do a fabulous job, and that's all I have on this one, Mr. Chair.
Adam, I forget, do we do their permit like by a memorandum? Is it like a memorandum of agreement, or is it like normal? Like,
It's just basically like a 1 year extension, one pager.
okay, it's an extension of the agreement. If it was, I mean, the board can further elaborate. If it was like if we were doing like alcohol licenses or otherwise, I would like to see the license, we sign it or otherwise. But if this, I know that we have a special arrangement with New Hope Bible Church.
Correct.
Yep. So if this is just a matter of extending for a year by memorandum, I'd be okay with that. This is for the extension would be for a year, correct?
Per year.
Okay.
Yes.
Any discussion?
So the year would be 2026.
2020 until 2026.
Correct.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I move to approve the food pantry license renewal for 1 year to end on December 31st, 2025.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. For the food pantry license, and that would be to New Hope Bible Church. 1 year ending on 31st of December. Any further discussion? I recall going through the documentation for it, so this makes sense.
So we'll have to renew it. You'll have to renew it earlier
next
than
year.
January,
Next year, we should bring this up in December. next year
December.
With the rest of the
right? Because you
permits.
said
you could take
December
that, yeah.
30th.
Yeah.
so-
Okay.
Yeah,
Can you take that back?
Holly
Great.
entered into the calendar
Great
with all the
point.
other licenses.
Thank you.
But with the kitchen this year was a little bit funky. We had to make sure that the electrical wouldn't be impacted with the food pantry and all that, so.
Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none on the motion to approve the food pantry license for 1 year ending in December 31st, 2025. How do you vote? Tim?
Yes.
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 You guys are a well-oiled machine. And I vote yes as well. Thank you.
Jeez.
Okay. We are up to action related to the 2017 EDIC order rescind. Folks, if you remember, the select board appointed me to sit on the ADIC. So what I'd like to do is turn over, control to the vice. I'm gonna go out and sit either at the mic or in the audience, because I can still participate as an ADIC member.
Two items or just the one?
Well, it depends on what you do with that one.
Fair enough.
Sign up and I will get out of your way.
Okay, thank you. All right. The chair having removed himself from the conversation, we now will discuss action item J. Action re 2017 Economic Development Industrial Corporation Order. The proposal is to rescind it. In your packets, you will see the original order. We would also like to note that Glenn Eaton is on the line. The original order is here. The order was signed by, at the time, Chair of the Select Board, John Caplis. Also included with your packet is the recent opinion from Town Council regarding the Templeton Economic Development Industrial Corporation. I believe we've all reviewed that a couple of times at this point. And so at this point, I will open it up to Glenn to see if he has what he has to say regarding this, and then we can move forward with board discussion. Glenn?
Thank you, Ben. I have nothing to say. This is the board's business, and please continue. Thank you. I'm here to answer questions if I can help. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, in that case, I'll open it up to the board for any discussion at this time.
In my research, the conclusion I came to, it was an order out of order. So it doesn't exist as was previously pointed out, and according to the attorney. So we should have gone to the state first. When we were approved by the state, then we should have put what Mr. Caplis did. That should have come second. So I would move to rescind Economic Industrial Corporation order. I move to rescind the Economic Development Industrial Corporation order as presented. I don't know if you're gonna ask for further discussion.
Oh, yes, of course. I have motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion duly seconded to rescind the Economic Development Industrial Corporation order as presented. Is there any further discussion from the board?
How do we do it right? So anybody have any ideas? We have to go, there's a special acts. That's what, so the attorney, our attorney, Ryan Holmquist, said that most communities now are establishing their EDIC through special acts.
Right.
Because there are certain ways it can be established. I do
Right.
have notes. And once we go through the state and she's leaning toward a special permit, then we can come back and whoever's the chair at the time can reinstitute it. So those were my findings. I don't know if anyone on the board had any other findings.
Mr. Chair, whenever you have a moment.
When, if
Yeah.
the board is,
I just have one comment
Of
to
course.
Board Member Griffiths. I understand what you're saying, Terry, where, currently our legal counsel is saying that they're doing this through special acts. What I have not been able to discover is way back in 17, what was the process? My understanding, there was a step 2 that was never implemented.
No, it was.
That's the piece that we cannot
The
miss.
step 2 was the state. So it was an order out of order. So we should have gone and got we should have got approval at the state level first. That was the second step. We took an order out of order. So the order is state first, town second.
Well, that may be the case now. My understanding and respectfully, we did it correctly for part 1. We never followed through with part 2. I'm saying we collectively as a board.
Okay.
It's a nightmare that this current board inherited
Yeah.
from an action way back in 2017. It doesn't matter. It's water over the dam, but congratulations, we own it.
Yeah. And so you're not saying we put the cart before the horse. You're saying we really missed something back then, but.
Yeah, I think we missed a step, but I understand the intent of the attorney's opinion that there is a different means of doing this. We just need to make sure we're dotting the i's, crossing the t's, and doing this correctly. It's
To be
way
a true
too,
commission.
it's way too
I
important
mean, a
to miss it.
corporation. To be a true corporation, order out of order.
Yep.
State first, town second.
Is there any other comments from the board?
And just another note from that, the legal opinion that, and you can check this out. Templeton has a lower unemployment rate than the state average, so as you pointed out, whether we even meet that standard,
order
with,
could-
you know, as a reason to do this.
Mm.
You know, if it's not there, it's not there.
Mhm.
You can't fabricate it. So, thank you.
The chair should, in order to keep the ball rolling,
Mhm.
should I amend amend what I said? Sorry, I'm tired. To add that we would go to the state first or allow the attorney to draw up special acts? Because
So-
we don't want to drop the ball on this. We only have till June, right? June
No,
20.
we have until, sometime in 26 for the
Okay.
money portion of it.
But
I
in the
think is what you're
meantime,
looking at.
it should be potentially be a two-part amendment because we want to continue this. We don't want to stop the hard work that they've done. We want to get it right. And that's going to the state first, getting the state approval, potentially
Mhm.
through a special act. I can look up the other options that we have, which is proving that we're worthy to become a corporation. So that's,
Whenever you're.
I'm not sure if that's what I should do, is amend it and to include something that, so that this doesn't get dropped.
I don't necessarily think we have to do that because I think we can come back with future agenda items in order to do that process. I think that today the concern would be to deal with the previous order, which as you have spoken it was an order out of order. So, but we can come back with future meeting agenda items in order to put the process back into place in the correct order in order for it to be done correctly.
That's my understanding. The current order is the roadblock.
Right.
Rescinding it is
This-
our first and next step.
This has to
Goes
go
our
away.
Town administrator, because
I
he racked his brain and picked my brain, and by the time we were done, it was an order out of order.
Would you like to speak as a member of the EDIC?
I would.
Identi-
I think you win
Your
either. It's a
identification.
win-win. It's Mike Curry, I'm
Thank
speaking
you.
on behalf of the EDIC. I'll tell you, over the past couple of years that I've been meeting with Glenn, Vicky, Liz, and Steve, we've never strayed from the fact that we were there for doing economic development for Templeton. You know, it wasn't trying to weave plans because the town, you get the contract to get the plan, and then you bring it to the town, and the town's the one who makes the decisions on these things. A corporation, according to 121, corporation's pretty powerful. You can borrow money, you know, you can do all these different things. And whether it was order out of order or otherwise, the 2017 board laid out all of the conditions, and they said, you know, this is how we want to move moving forward based on the guidelines of 121C and economic development, industrial corporations. 7 members, all these different considerations. So if you rescind it tonight, it's not a bad thing, whether you rescinded it or you kept it, because you would still move along the process. And again, Ryan Holmquist in the attorney's opinion was, we're still not talking to the right people. She says that in there. And we're not getting like a checklist. We're not getting the proper, here's what your next step is. Then you need to do this. We went to town meeting. We got the town to say, yes, you have the conditions that would warrant ADIC. I think whether you rescind it tonight or you don't rescind it tonight, it's still a win-win. I do think, it's my opinion, once you rescind it, you have now rescinded all of your appointments for that EDIC, and therefore it is, as the Germans say, kaput, it's done. I think that the board then, and then I am no longer encumbered by that because you're no longer an appointed member of the EDIC. I would think the board then has the flexibility to create its own committee to be able to explore and continue the work of the EDIC, to be able to say what does need, it is rather than the board actually doing all these items, you have a group, hopefully a smaller group, so you don't have any quorum issues, but you set up the charter for what an economic development committee should look like in your minds, that you can continue the work for that. And really, that's all I had to offer. I think you're in a good spot to do everything. The issue here is authority. And I think that you're poised to do the right thing to be able to enable that line of effort, call it economic development for the town of Templeton. You're still poised to move forward in that capacity. Thank you. Appreciate it, Mr. Chair.
Any discussion from the board? Glenn, I see your hand up. Go ahead.
I just want to clarify one thing that, first of all, I agree with everything that Mike said. So, step one, rescind the EDIC. Step two, at some point in the relatively near future, I hope you create an economic development committee. You all appoint new people, those people get sworn in, and then those people can kind of pick up the torch that's here to carry forward. To move forward with item 3, one, rescind, to create the EDIC, get members, EDC, get new members. 3, hire MRPC through the grant. They do the economic development plan. So item 3 is get the ED plan done that the state needs to approve to bless the town for its creation in the future about creating an EDIC. Step 4, create the EDIC with that plan. So there's really a 4-step process here, as I view it, for what it's worth. And that's it. That's why I changed my name in Zoom tonight to resident. I don't feel as though I'm a member of the EDIC anymore. I just wanted to be, and I'm not MRPC tonight. I'm really just an inhabitant of the community. So I want to be very clear what my hat I had on tonight, Matt and Mike and members of the Board of Selectmen. The other item that Terry's mentioning about a special act, there was no special act involved. That's just a point of information that we pursue. It's basically, the last thing I want to say is this is the former town administrators in 2017. He recommended this path. This path was taken. Just do 1, 2, 3, 4. There's not a special act. The state's involvement at Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities, the former DHED, the former Department of Commerce, is to just approve the economic development plan that we all need to do under the grant. And that's what I'm really hoping we can get done. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Thank you very much. I'll try to learn how to lower my hand and listen. Thank you.
You're fine. Is there anyone else? Mr. Castle?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Just identify yourself.
Yeah, Steve Castle from the EDIC. Mike, did I hear you correctly in saying that it doesn't matter if we rescind it or not? Tonight, we can keep it and move forward anyways?
That's my opinion. If we kept it, we're still in the legal opinion was you're not certified, because that was the issue, certification. You're not certified yet. You started with step 1 and then you lost your way. And she didn't say it like that, but she was like, you're kind of all over the place, but you're not. Even she said that in there to say, I'm not 100% sure because they're not answering the phone. We seem to not be talking to the right person in EOLHC. So whether we kept moving forward as EDIC or I think there's the feeling that I get is people wanted to wipe the slate clean and say, let's stop arguing about it and move forward from a position of strength rather than teetering on we think it means this and that. So that's what I say. I think you could move forward both ways, but certainly rescinding the order also reduces the continuity from board to board to board. I don't like that. I'd like to be able to say that we can, I think someone else said carry the torch. Maybe Glenn said carry the torch. I like the continuity between boards. I mean, no one here was on it. Like Tim said, this was something that we inherited to be able to understand, well, what do we do now? So we lose continuity from a board perspective, but at least we then wind up owning it to say, let's
let's do an azimuth, let's do a course correction where we think this is gonna work. Especially from a legal perspective. So that's really where I'm coming
Okay,
from.
so my question would be, if we don't have to rescind, why rescind it? And this way we get the continuity that we're seeking moving forward.
Yeah, we get, if you create the EDIC in another charter, you're able to put your hands on it a little bit more. Like the select board winds up having control and visibility of that to say, like right now with EDIC, it was recommended, all of the different positions are recommended, like low income, finance, government, all these different things. If the board creates an EDC with a different charter to say, hey, here are the goals. We want to get to an EDIC, but here's what you can do. And you don't even have to name them. You can say, I want 5 people, we'll appoint 5 people, and you don't have to worry about like what their expertise is. You can basically say, here's your charter, EDC, go forward. And at the end of what your task is, now we'll be concretely ready to go for EDIC. Again, opinion.
Mr. Chair, just for the record, the attorney states, however, it remains a question whether Templeton is in an area of substantial unemployment. It has not been designated a labor surplus area by the federal Department of Labor Standards, which DHCD guidance equates with substantial unemployment. Therefore, the town has 2 options to proceed. Submit documentation to EOED showing that the town would by itself meet the criteria of substantial unemployment or the appropriate statistics available, which is she's having a hard time finding the statistics. So that's why she said, if such documentation is available, or organize the EDIC by a special act. That's where I got that verbiage, right from the attorney. So she's attempting to contact someone at EOED to determine what documentation the department would need to see to certify Templeton as an area of substantial unemployment.
Either body could do that data collection.
Glenn has his hand up again. I want to make sure that he has the opportunity. Glenn?
I want to thank Terry for clarifying that. Thanks, Terry, about the special act. So I remember reading that back between 14 and 17 and talking to Carter Terenzini, a former town administrator. The reality is that the economic development plan to be completed by MRPC would document all those issues. So you're not going to have your lawyer document that. That's the purpose of the economic development plan. And then that plan would be submitted to Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities, just call it HLC. I'm tripping over my acronyms, the former DHCD. And then once they bless that plan, then you are in that labor surplus. So it's MRPC's job to do that stuff. And if it's not a labor surplus area, you'd have to go the special act route. So, we may have to do that later on down the road, but you got to start with you got to start with planning. You got to hire, planning consultants to figure out the data. That's not lawyer work. You don't want to hire a lawyer to do that kind of work because it'll cost a lot more than a planning agency will cost you. And that's really what I just wanted to make sure that we all understand. The ED plan's got to get done, regardless of whether you have a current EDIC and you keep it, or you rescind it and you create an economic development committee to do the due diligence to kind of shepherd all of these tasks. But the completion of the ED plan, the economic development plan is of high importance. So thank you for your time. I'll mute again.
Mr. Chair. So what I heard, Glenn, is that it's not necessarily on the town attorney to do it.
No.
Is that what you're saying?
No, we would want a planning corporation to do it, not the attorney.
Not the attorney.
Right.
Unless you want to pay attorneys rates to write a planning document.
Yeah,
but
no.
I'm just
you don't
wondering.
hire attorneys.
Oh,
You don't hire attorneys to
Well-
do planning, and you don't hire planning agencies to do legal work.
What Glenn is describing is when you read the attorney's opinion, what Glenn is describing is path 1
Okay.
of the attorney's opinion. Path 2, if path 1 does not work, path 2 would be the special act. But what he's describing as path 1 would be to have a planning company go get the data, put the reporting together, and then present that.
I get that.
Yeah.
It's just the way this reads. She's already attempting to look into things.
I
So
would disregard that.
I don't know what
Yeah.
we as a board
Let
need
the-
to do
Yeah.
to make that stop because
I think-
it'd be paying her and paying.
Well, we would have, if we were gonna have them do it, we would have to hire them to do it, which we have not done. We have not hired anybody to do that work.
Right. So a future agenda possibly?
Future, right.
The EDIC was attempting to do all of that, to get MRPC, which that's what they do. That's one of their,
Yep.
Glenn, what's the name of the woman that heads up that division?
So Karen Chapman and Tracy
Okay.
Murphy
They
are
do-
ready and waiting to
Yep.
do the ED plan
Correct.
on behalf of
They
Templeton.
gather that
to
data.
Get it done.
All Ryan is saying is that for the conditions for you to have that, here are a couple of the data points. And she was like, I don't see some of
She doesn't see
them
it.
where the conditions
Yeah.
are. That's what your economic
fine.
development plan
Okay,
does.
yeah, okay. Just making sure we're not paying
Alright.
two people to do the same thing.
I can wait.
As I understand it, part of the confusion is our acronym.
Mhm.
We had an economic industrial economic development
Mhm.
industrial corporation committee. That second C is what the big hangup was. And we've somehow dropped that part of it. I think that's the first piece that we need to actually correct.
Mhm.
And if you recall last month, one of the members stepped away
Yeah.
because we appointed to the corporation, but the corporation doesn't appear to exist. It was a committee.
Right.
And that was not the intent when they had applied.
Right.
So in my mind, the rescission is the way to go and start with a clean slate, move it forward. But that's just my inputs on it.
Jackie and then Steve. Jackie Prime, go ahead.
Lori.
Lori, wow.
I thought you were saying
Every time I
That's
have to take this, every time I have to take the big chair, that happens. Lori.
That's one.
Lori, then Steve. Go
Okay,
ahead.
so my opinion as the department who was supporting administratively, I believe the rescission would make a cleaner
Great.
slate. And as Mr. Curry did state, it would give you the opportunity to set your own
Goals and-
titles,
Yeah.
standards, because looking for people for specific roles,
It's tough.
volunteerism is not at its highest. So,
If you can get people to volunteer for a more generic role, then
Yes.
you might have more luck.
yes.
Yep, I get that. Steve.
Question,
Yes.
if you rescind the order from 2017, EDIC no longer exists.
That's correct.
What about the economic development plan that we have hired MRPC for? Is that kaput?
We haven't hired,
I don't think Inc. was ever
ink was
We've
never
never
put
inked-
down.
anything. It's-
If it wasn't an existing corporation, how could you do anything?
Yeah.
That's what my point is.
That's gonna be the big, the big fuzzy area.
Glenn, have your hand raised one more time. Go ahead.
So just to clarify on, so Steve and everybody else, so MRPC has not yet been hired. The Board of Selectmen has to do the hiring. The town administrator has to sign a contract, bluntly, to do the economic development plan. And in a separate item on your agenda this evening, there's an issue about, well, looking at the original grant budget and slightly adjusting it. There's a table A original budget, and then there's a table B proposed. So in the table B that's proposed, which is the separate agenda item, that's, I think, next.
Yep.
It lays out the 5 consultants to be hired to do some things to move forward, to help the community move forward under the grant. So the ED plan, not yet contracted by MRPC by the Board of Selectmen, but is subject to the town administrator. You know, if you adopt table B for the new budget, then the town administrator can then sign a contract with MRPC to do the ED plan, which would help us move everything forward, I guess. Thank you.
I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Lamont, then go ahead.
So I think Tim is accurate with what he said, because right now, based on the opinion from council, once they stated it's not a corporation,
Right.
then I looked back, and the challenge with the capless order, the problem with it was, upon the effective date of this order, the Economic Development Committee is hereby dissolved. So essentially, right now, they have no legal standing, and they're basically like a de facto committee. So by rescinding this, it allows us to go back to a committee, to what you were saying earlier with the whole this was essentially premature.
Yeah, that's what we've been, yeah. And we would have to,
Committee though.
I think that we would have to recharter it.
Mr. Chair.
I agree.
I think what we need to charter tonight, if we
Yeah.
so decide to act, would be an economic development committee.
Yep,
And the
EDC.
reason I'm an EDC,
Yep.
and that would be kind of a search committee within the town. With the understanding that when we get to the point of an EDIC, which is a standalone corporation that has a whole bunch of other rights and entitlements and abilities to incur debt, everything else, they actually are far removed and they run parallel with us. They are not an actual town function and entity.
Right.
And if I misspoke, somebody please correct me. That's my understanding of all of it.
I think you're right, Tim. I think you're right on. And I can see in the chat, former vice of the EDIC recommends rescind and EDC, as you said, Tim.
Candace over here.
That's what, yeah.
I'm sorry,
rescind.
Candace, I didn't see your hand up. Go
Oh,
ahead.
rescind, and
Yep.
then as when you do your rescind, add that part where you're putting the new committee within your motion, right?
Pointing? That's up to the board.
I don't think we're.
Because then you
I don't-
have, you
no,
have.
I'm speaking only as
I don't think we're-
EDIC.
I don't think we're,
You have to write a charter.
yeah, I think we'd have to write a charter first. I think that if anything, we rescind this evening and then bring it back
That's fine.
in 2 weeks to charter and establish the EDC. And then move forward from there. And I think that, so I think that today is step one, and then we'd come back in 2 weeks to step two. If that makes sense,
Enough time?
or in an appropriate period of time. I said 2 weeks because that's the next
You know,
week,
I-
but in an appropriate period of
And
time.
once I turn into a pumpkin when you vote, I'll be happy. I'll be happy to, well, you turn into a pumpkin.
Yeah, you turn it.
Everyone, yeah, exactly. He turns into a pumpkin.
You're a pumpkin.
Can I not
Make a lot of
exist?
pumpkin pies.
Not exist.
Is there any other, is there
I
any
would
other?
absolutely help with the charter. You know, I think there are some that are out there with the different communities, but I mean, the
Yep.
board has put together committees before.
Yep.
It doesn't have to be, as long as the other thing. It's like a page or two to say, what's your scope? Who's gonna make it up? What is the board's charge for what it's gonna do?
Is there any other discussion on the motion to rescind the order? Hearing no further discussion on the motion to rescind the Economic Development Industrial Corporation order as presented. How do you vote, Mr. Toth?
Yes.
Mr. Bennett?
Yes.
Ms. Griffiths?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. That vote is 4 yes, 0 no, and 0 abstaining at 9:26 PM with one member recused. The order is the order is hereby rescinded. Any persons who were appointed to the EDIC are hereby released.
Take it off the town website.
Yes, it should come off the town website for the time until we do something different with it.
Yeah, I think she can just hide
My town
Yeah,
government.
she can-
it. and
Wondering
then
if we did
once
just
we
vote
do
on
something on the
something.
22nd.
And as you are hereby a pumpkin now, I'll let you have the meeting back, Mr. Chair.
All right, our next business is, well, we still got, by the special acts of 2022. I think it's 2022.
Yes.
We got $200,000 earmark. Part of that earmark is, the requirement is to give them a spend plan. What you have in your packet tonight is table A, table B. We need to be able to report through Lori's office, signed by the select board, to make sure that the appropriate office at state who is administering these ARPA funds. Again, why didn't we have to spend the 200,000 by the end of this year? Because they were actually obligated by the state by the special act. So we have time to be able to do that. But we do need to be able to provide that spend plan as a part of the milestones back to the state. So what you've got in front of you is table A, which was submitted. You've got table B. Glenn, what were you recommending for the proposed budget?
So the recommendation for the proposed budget to move forward is within the table A. I believe there are 5 line items for 5 different types of consultancies. I think there are 4 consultancies and then there's 1 line item for supplies. If
Yep.
I remember correctly, did I pull it up? Oh, God. I think I closed it. The bottom line is Table A is a budget that was submitted to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Department of Economic Development. Table A includes the original budget. Table B is a proposal, which would cover the hiring of MRPC to do the economic development plan, be the hiring of an attorney to deal with economic development committee stuff, the hiring of, there's a marketing line item, which includes a lot of signage, static and digital signage. There's another, civil engineering to do site assessments. And then I think another line item was like 20 grand for supplies or something like that. If there's a 6 line item on Table B, I apologize. I'm trying to do it by memory and I'm not doing a very good job. I hope I'm doing it okay.
No, you
I got it. Okay, very good.
Yeah,
So I'm
Marcus,
basically, the recommendation is please adopt Table B. And then if it's adopted tonight, then that would be transmitted through Adam's office to the contract manager at Department of Economic Development. Let's say theoretically as early as tomorrow. And they say, here's the new budget. Would you approve of it? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Glenn. I concur. Table B, this is a spend plan. You know, once the board winds up getting its arms around it sounds like what we were gonna call the EDC. Table B has the items, in my opinion, that would be logical to get to the correct milestones. One of the biggest one being the economic development plan. That is the backbone of everything. That is what you would want to guide you. That is what you would want to bring to town meeting. It becomes the recipe book for what you can fund in your community. So I concur with the recommendation of Table B, which would be an amendment.
Mr. Chair, does Table B include that proof of unemployment or, what
Yes,
they're at?
economic development plan.
It would come under the economic.
Yes,
development.
that is correct. So
Just making sure.
kind of like when Jeff was all of that background information in that digital equity plan, that was a ton of data that they needed to collect in order to say, here's where your service plans are, here's where your non-service plans are. What the economic development plan is, it tells kind of like the master plan. It tells you what is the state of your town, what's your demographic, where do people live, what the part of a survey or otherwise. That plan is a robust plan that gives you data and recommendations. And like Jeff was saying, it's going to look very similar to what Jeff briefed tonight. That's a typical product coming out of MPRC. MRPC.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I would move to amend the Economic Development Planning Agreement executed by the state and town of Templeton on 8/9/2023 to move away from Table A and to change to the allotments in Table B.
There's a motion.
Second.
And there's a second. That's Tim.
We can do this before we have a committee or anything?
No. This is gonna be the spend. Let me say, I don't mean no. This exists at the select board could, this is the town's money.
We own the
So
money.
we can move forward with that, but we also want, the EDIC talked at great length. We don't spend hours.
No, I know, I
Yeah,
watch them.
But yes, we can move forward with these things.
I'm
because
just
it's-
haunted by that.
This is
What
town
about-
money.
Yeah.
Yep, this is town money that was
Oh,
earmarked to the whole town for economic development. And I think it was that simple in the special.
Oh, so it's like a blanket economic development.
That is correct.
So we're not taking money to something that doesn't exist. Just, okay, thank you.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
As I'm understanding this, moving to the crap Table A, look at Table B. And to Mr. Eaton's comments, knowing the two individuals for the time I sat as the representative to MRPC, I have a sneaking suspicion a lot of the background work has already been done and we can call it put in the can, just ready to execute. They may just have to dust off, tweak a number here or there. But I think we get this part moving forward. We need to get this on a future meeting agenda. And then we can contract with MRPC to execute this.
Mhm.
Provided this meets the requirements from the state. And
couldn't
we
agree with you
move this forward.
Thanks, Tim.
Yep.
Did I make the motion correctly?
Yes.
Okay. wanted to make sure.
Yeah, it's clear to the, where they're gonna do it.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion on the proposed budget for the $200,000 earmark from the special acts of 2022 to move from the submitted table A to amend with table B as presented. How do you vote, Tim?
Yes.
Jeff?
No,
Terry?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. We just, that's 21-34, 4 yeses and a no. All right. Ladies and gents, that's the end of new business. We are moving to old business.
you got one
No,
more.
it's not.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You forgot your own thing.
No, my goodness.
Oops.
Um,
You need a break,
last item of
Mike?
new business,
Need a break?
action related to the draft select board annual report for 2024. In years past, it was, I believe, understood that it was never assigned or otherwise, it was just the chair produced the select board annual report and it was submitted. Past chairs, Tim and I produced annual reports, you know, whether we solicited, hey, what did you want to go in? I think last year's, you saw that Tim actually had a section in there where he wanted to speak. It was mentioned within this last year that there was a desire to take a look at it beforehand and to vote on it to get submitted for submission into the annual report. So I know I didn't give you a whole lot of time. It does take a little bit to try and get everything in there. Did everyone have everyone has an electronic copy. I'll just give you a paper copy as well.
I didn't use them. Thank you.
And so this is my proposed draft 2024. The structure is fairly the same, but obviously the content is going to be based on what we did over the past calendar year. And it's submitted for your review.
I have one issue with it.
Okay.
And this is just, on the front page, you have a picture of the permit board. Is that the plan to have that in the report?
Yes.
Well, my objection would be, my picture doesn't belong there. I wasn't elected to the board until May 20th, and it wasn't official until recount until June 4th. So I was technically on the board maybe 6 weeks, probably 3. This is a fiscal year 24 insert for the annual town report. The proper picture that belongs there is Julie Richard, because she was on the board almost all of 11 months out for fiscal 24. And this is the report for fiscal 24. So, and you look in there, who signed the warrant for the annual town meeting? Julie Richard. I was on the advisory committee. Who signed the election warrant? Julie Richard. It's her picture that belongs on there because she was on the board in fiscal 24. I was not.
Okay.
I may be here
Yeah.
now, but
No, that's fair. And
I
I
just
will
think
be happy to
that's
change that.
more appropriate.
Obviously, the description, leadership and members, that it's exactly as you explained. So I can change that.
and the other thing is, I'm a nitpicking pain in the butt. We did not get this electronically
Until
in the
this morning at
timeframe
6:30.
according to our operating procedures. And if we're gonna have a bunch of committees and this accountability and set the example, then we need to do things our policy. I'm just,
It's my hand
it-
slap.
I mean, and that goes for all the boards and everything that submits stuff to the annual town report. the fiscal year ends June 30th, so July 1, technically July 15th, because you got 2 weeks to address the budgets and things like that. But you have from August 1 till January 31st is when it, according to our bylaw, when it has to be in. There's no reason all departments and committees and stuff can't have their stuff in. I know what it is, we put it off, because, yeah, we'll get to that, and boards do it, and then you see it like September or October, they'll have it on the agenda, hey, we got it. And then the annual town report is gonna be, late, and it's not gonna meet the requirements of the bylaw to be available for annual town meeting.
Yeah,
And,
it's not my
but I mean,
intention-
this is, it's late. It's not the first time either, it's just, it's late, and I'm just pointing that out. Cause that's just me.
Yep.
But like I said,
just-
my biggest thing was,
Okay.
my picture doesn't belong there, cause
Very
I
easy
was
for
not on
you.
the board in fiscal 24.
Okay.
Do the people that volunteered and stepped up to serve, if you're gonna put the pictures in there, give them the diligence that they need, cause I wasn't on the board, so my picture doesn't belong there. Thank you.
Thanks.
Quick comment?
Yep.
That same block just above the pictures, about halfway down, while Timothy Toth completed his second year, I've entered my second year of my second term, but it actually won't be complete till May.
You want completed change with entered?
Yes, if you don't mind.
I do not mind at all.
Thank you.
Matt, I got yours right, correct?
Yeah, I just completed my first full,
Gotcha.
completed my first full year of the board, and I'm now currently in my second, that's right. Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
If there are no other observations, then as I brought up in the board, then I would wonder if someone would make a motion to approve.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
would make a motion to approve the draft, or approve the select board annual report for 2024 with amendments as discussed in the meeting.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none on the motion to accept the select board annual report with amendments as noted for 2024. How do you vote, Tim?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Matt?
Yes.
Terry?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Thank you, everyone. I'll make those, and Kelsey, I'll get those to you immediately. We'll have those in your inbox tomorrow.
Thanks.
All right, now we're on
Night,
to old business.
everybody.
Now we're there.
Good night.
Mr. Chair,
Safe travels.
I would like to move to, for the board to work past 10 PM to complete the regular business agenda.
I have a motion. And I have a second on the motion to work past 10. Any discussion? Hearing none on that motion. How do you vote, Tim?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Terry?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. We're in old business, action related to town website financial transparency link. Not lick.
This was tabled at your last meeting. It's really where that financial transparency links right now to ClearGov.
Yep.
Uh,
Yeah,
Board
we're
voted
looking
for
to just
that.
change it to DLS.
That's the thing, like where does the board want us to put up there for the link to go to? I mean, we'll do it,
Mr. Chair,
yeah.
if
you-
I
it's your-
may, if it's all right, if we continue this to the next meeting, I have an idea for a link. I just have to look at, it's the municipal finance trend dashboard, and
Okay.
it includes in there, reports included. You can see free cash and stabilization funds, tax bills, new growth, tax classification, excess levy capacity, override capacity, love that, ballot questions, general fund revenues and expenditures, demographic trends, and debt. And those things are all in little boxes under that link. So you click on the financial trend dashboard, and then that'll bring you to this window with these boxes on there, and you can look at any one of them. And the DLS is getting pretty good. That a lot of stuff is like up to date.
Yeah.
Some of the stuff is like, you look at school stuff or other things, they're just behind because that's the way the state runs it.
Mhm.
They're as up to date as they can be. Other stuff is like right up the minute. the breakdown of, state aid payments and so forth. You can look at it monthly and look at the BVA and match it up and see, see if it matches and stuff. I just gotta make sure that you copy that link and you put it there, it'll actually
Work.
work, because I need digital equity stuff because so I can get technical assistance. I
Okay.
gotta go talk to the
I like how
fifth
you did that,
graders,
Jeff.
okay?
That's a good job.
I gotta go talk to my
Segue.
buddies in the fifth grade.
Per Mr. Bennett's recommendation, I move to table item 7A of old business to our next regular business meeting.
Second. All right, we have a motion and I seconded that. Any discussion on tabling? Hearing none on the motion to table, how you vote? Tim?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Harry?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Next item is an update related to the EPA situation report relative to Templeton Stewart site. I did see in the report that it is through December 13th. Anything to add to that,
I did speak with,
Wayne?
no. Well, I did speak, email Wing and he sent me the report. The region, I'm not sure if it was a director or but I guess they have a correspondence from the water superintendent as well as that Templeton anti-plastics toxic waste people. And they're working on getting back to them as well. So the EPA's been, I think, doing a pretty good job.
Great report.
Yeah, I mean, they give us information. They're working on the $3.8 million cleanup of the PFAS over there, and also responding to any concerns from residents. I know Terry sent an email and it was followed up on as well. And you have the report within your packet. I just wanted to add that, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
Just,
Go ahead, Terry.
just a couple of facts. They took out 197 trailer loads and they brought that up to Loudon, New Hampshire. And they took 91 gondola containers and they brought that to an EPA site in Rochdale, Indiana. It's just such a sad situation in the country. The Indiana site, they received the toxic waste when the train derailment in Ohio. I didn't know that until a friend of mine looked up where Rochdale was, and we knew what Loudon was. But that's less than 1,000 people, and they've been dumping there for 4 decades, and they're on an aquifer too, and they have a double liner there, but they're being told not to worry about it, but they're just as concerned as we are with all these issues. I figured I'd bring that up. It's really, as far as Templeton goes, I feel bad for those people. I feel bad for the country. I hope we can get a grip on this situation as human beings and protect our land and our water and figure things out. Next generation.
Thanks, Terry.
In the finance section.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, 2.4, I guess, in the action memorandum addendum dated September 6, 2024. So as mentioned, 2 million at the meeting before. They approved the ceiling increase of 1.98 million. So the project ceiling for this removal action is 3.9 million. So if I misspoke, I apologize, but that's what's within this report. So it appears that there was an increase.
Yeah, I think the original number was like 2.2 or something like that.
2.92.
That's why I had the 2 million in my
Yeah.
head. Okay, but
The original number was 2.2 and they've bumped it up to 3.9. And actually that leads me into a question that I when you spoke to Wing or with the EPA, the only thing that I don't see in here is a projected completion. Did they have an idea of when they were going to be done over there? I know that this is through December 13th.
I can follow up with them.
Okay.
On a projected completion date you're
Yeah,
looking
I'm just
for?
looking to know how much longer they're gonna be over there. They've been over there now for a better portion of 4 months.
I'll follow up with them and email the board.
Thank you.
Anything further? Item 7B.
No, Mr. Chair, if I may, just to Mr. Rivard's point, Matt, when it gets into scope and what they're doing, the short answer, and nobody likes to hear it, it will be done when
When
it's
it's
done.
done.
Yeah.
I know.
But seriously, it's like, what do you do? Right now, part of the nation is under extreme snow conditions. Transportation is
Fine.
grinding to a halt. Yeah.
Oh, no, I get it. I just, usually they have some sort of, at least a kind of a dirty idea of when, but yeah.
Does
I
it
get what
make,
you're saying.
does it
So
make
Mother
sense to
Nature
put-
throws something at us.
Yeah,
Does
exactly.
it make sense to bring plastic feedstock in there after this is all cleaned up? Oh, it's so frustrating. It does not make sense to me at all.
Out of character, right?
Those poor people.
Let's see. Anything else? 7B. All right, let's move on to our last item for this evening, item 7C, and it's got a couple in there. Jeff, I know this is.
Yes.
A return. You want to walk us through?
I brought this up at previous meetings
Yes, you did.
and to try to follow the policy. When you change a policy or adopt a policy, it has to be discussed at least one meeting, and then the changes be in, or policy be in writing. And the last meeting, I talked about it, and for this meeting, I sent out electronically the sections of the select board operating procedures policy that I was looking at, and then again, I'm technically challenged, so I put in bold my addition or change to that particular section. Except for one or two that I just had, it's like a question. I'm not sure if you want, it needs to be changed, if the board wants to change it, the wording or so forth. And I tried to be chronological and orderly. The first one is page 3 in the policy. And it's under section 2, agenda requests and discussion materials. And it currently says, those seeking placement of an item upon the agenda shall have their request into the board's office by noon on the 7th day preceding the meeting. And if formal action is required by the board, the request shall be accompanied by fully vetted background material. If the material is deemed insufficient, the administrator may defer placement of the item upon the agenda. The administrator shall cause the preparation of draft motions as needed for the meeting packet. I wanted to put, instead of this, the 7th day, which our normal meeting days are Wednesdays. And if you just do count backwards, it's the Wednesday before is the 7th day. But from experience, and just the way my little brain box works, I think that the more specific you are, the less wiggle you roam, and that leads to following the policy and less excuse making, or you say, well, it says 7 days. Well, it could be, it's just, and the last 2 Wednesdays, that wouldn't work because it's a holiday. So, I mean, there's going to be those rare occasions when you're going to make, there's just going to be an adjustment. But the majority of the time, the Wednesday before the meeting, I would just like to make it. And also, I took into consideration a complaint that came to front of the board, an open meeting law complaint, in the response of town council. It says this and that. So again, I said, well, if you get more specific, then perhaps there'll be less, I don't want to say confusion, but less interpretation from one person to the next. And again, we're all not going to be sitting here I might not be sitting here in 3 years or 5, down the road. So, I mean, you read it this one, a policy should be as clear and concise as possible, in my opinion. So person that sits here, how do we do this? Oh yeah, boom, 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 bam. If I want to put something on, I got to give it to him by Wednesday before the meeting. So the proposed change was the board's office by noon on the Wednesday preceding the next regular business meeting, and on the 7th day preceding any special meeting called according to this policy. And a special meeting is by a majority vote of the board. we're gonna have a meeting. Emergency meeting is called the chair, but if you look at the policy, a special meeting is, it's one of the changes we did a couple of years ago, and it spells out the process for that. So I just want, again, I wanted to try to address that one as well.
I'm
If
good
we,
with that.
if we vote to have a special meeting, then it's gonna be on a Tuesday, so just count 7 days back. And you gotta have your stuff in by then. My second item, again, it kind of piggybacks onto that.
Do you want to go?
We do
piece
these one by
You
one.
wanna do it one at a time?
Can we?
It's up to y'all.
I'm good.
I'm just,
Um,
I'm just
Oh, you,
the,
you mean like for
Adopt
motion?
them
Yeah.
one at a time, yeah.
I'm just the town crier making.
No, I was just saying, should we adopt these one at a time, just as just to,
Sure, yeah, then,
Yeah, and I think you could even, like for the motion, you speak it exactly that way. Page 3, 2 agenda requests as presented.
so let me do that then. Mr. Chair, I'd like to move to amend the select board operating procedures, page 3, item 2, agenda requests and discussion materials. Sentence 1 shall read: those seeking placement of an agenda of an item upon the agenda shall have the request into the board's office by noon on the Wednesday preceding the next regular business meeting, and on the 7th day preceding any special meeting called according to this policy. Done.
Second. And, so that's a motion and a second. I have a question for Jeff. What you bolded, and thank you for doing that, is that, a change, an addition?
is a change.
Okay.
To the wording.
It's
So I would just make sure that, as we're making that amendment, that, that this copy be used to make sure that, that the stuff in bold.
Yes.
Yeah,
And they have it, I sent it to Adam electronically,
Yep.
so
perfect.
I try to be,
Any further discussion?
Just for clarification, it's item 1, page 3-2. We left off the item 1.
I'll amend the motion to read that then.
Is it select board operating procedure, item 1, or
Yeah.
Jeff's item 1?
it's my.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
what item
yeah,
1, so we don't need to
yeah.
amend
We
it. It's
don't need
page
to
3,
amend
number
it.
2, that's
Okay.
right, yeah,
All right.
I understood where you were going,
Okay.
Terry, that's okay.
that's fine. We're good as it was.
Any other discussion? Hearing none on the motion to change it, select board operating procedure, page 3, item 2, agenda request as presented. How do you vote, Tim?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes,
Terry?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Item 2.
And this piggybacks on that sort of in my mind. This is on page 4. Section 3, it's the availability of the meeting packet. It currently says the meeting packet complete with all support materials available at the time shall be transmitted to the board members electronically no later than 5 p.m. on the Friday preceding the meeting. Thereafter, it shall be available to the general public in paper form in the board's office and on the town's website. Who works in town hall on Fridays, other than the guy that comes in and cleans the offices? No one. And this was put in place, this policy was generally put in place when town hall was closed on Fridays, so how? It's been there for a long time. Again, my little brain box is just.
Yeah, Jeff, I have to say, you had me at hello. The only thing I don't like here is thereafter it shall be available to the general public in paper form in the board's office. So is that, do you mean by that? That
That's
you
what
would?
it currently says.
he's not wrong.
It currently says that,
Yes.
therefore it shall be available to the general
I would
public in
strike
paper
that.
form in the board's office
Yeah.
and on the town website.
'Cause
So
if
on
it's-
the end-
Or
on the end of that-
thereafter it shall be available to the select board in paper form in the board's office. When we say general public, that means to me, like, we're producing.
You should be able to go in that office, the way this policy is read for years. You should be able to go in there on Monday, like this past Monday,
Pick
should
up.
go in there and it should be a paper copy.
So that's what my
Yes,
problem was.
Yes, a paper copy.
That's
of-
what my problem was.
packet.
Would the
It's
public
expensive.
get theirs? My problem was, would the public
So I
get
didn't
theirs?
say we shouldn't do it. I'm sorry, Terry, I was talking. over
Sorry,
you. Go
I'm
ahead.
talking over you, sorry. Would the public get theirs before us? My problem is
Oh, is that
two
what you-
Oh,
things.
no,
Two things. It doesn't say when it's available to the public. So
Yes.
again, if it's 4:30 on Thursday, we're closed on Friday, so maybe we could put in Monday morning. Shall be available to the public Monday, no later than Monday morning.
yes, we
Is a
can add, you
suggestion.
can add Monday, or we can take out the paper form to the general public.
No, I wanna, you know,
But
it
I
says
mean,
it,
somebody might come in and.
it
again,
shall be
you know,
available
the-
by
If
request.
they ask, we would give it
That
to
way
them.
we're only
Yeah.
producing.
Yeah.
The way I'm reading this, I understand Terry's comment. Town hall closes at 4:30 on Thursday. Thereafter, it'll be available on a paper form. We will get it electronically.
Mhm.
And it may or may not be in our binder. It should be in our binder that
I
day,
think we
but
should make,
Make sure.
nobody's coming in the building after 4:30. They'll be here Monday.
I would like mine in my box by 4:30. I wouldn't wanna wait till Monday,
When
even
are
though we
they-
get it
the
electronically.
paper copies
Usually
placed
in
in
there.
the.
Thursday.
Thursday.
Yeah, I like having
I
it.
just, for the general public part of it. I don't. If we're gonna produce several copies that people can come in and take, I think that's cost prohibitive. If someone came in and said, I would like that copy, I don't mind running a copy on request.
Yeah.
And I think it should be stated that, and so it shall be available by request to the general public in paper form in the board's office.
Oh, that's
I'm
good.
fine,
That's all.
I'd be fine with that.
That's all.
And everything else as written, I think.
That's
works.
currently how it is.
In
anyway.
paper form on request.
Yeah,
Or,
Yeah, by request.
shall be available by request to the general public in paper form in the board's office. So by saying all of that, you're saying, if you go into the board's office, you can get this by asking.
Right.
Could I get a copy of that packet?
So we don't have to have 5 copies of it sitting on the table.
Yeah.
Right.
Because you're just
Well, I
gonna
mean,
shred
that's-
it if no one.
Yeah.
It hasn't been done, but that's what it says currently in the policy.
Mhm.
And it's,
And do
again,
we
But I think
usually-
it's like that, 5:30 on
Yeah.
Friday.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't know.
Right.
I remember when this got rewritten came up, because the original one that I brought forth back in 2011, it was longer and didn't have that in there. But when they redid it, I was like, who's here on Friday? And I don't want somebody, thinking, I don't want Holly doing this on a Friday or a Saturday. I mean, I don't want anybody doing it then. You got office hours for a reason. So, if you have the material all in, you're mandated to get it in by noon Wednesday, that's a day and a half to get it done and sent out to us electronically by 4:30, leaving time on Thursday, to me.
We'll be able to do it.
Nobody, who's here on Friday? You don't work, so. And I don't want to be able, anyone to say, well, our policy says this, so, you have to do this from home. I don't want that. I don't want that at all. If we have office hours, then get the work done in that time frame, and that's that. That's,
We have a
that's
motion.
my concern, but yeah, the change to by request.
Okay.
To the general public in
Sure.
paper form in the board's office.
Yes,
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to amend the select board operating procedures, page 4, number 3, availability of meeting packet to read as follows. The meeting packet, complete with all support materials available at the time, shall be transmitted to the board members electronically no later than 4:30 PM on the Thursday preceding the regular business meeting, and by 4:30 PM on the 7th day preceding any special meeting called according to this policy. It shall also be posted to the official town website. Thereafter, it shall be available by request to the general public in paper form in the board's office.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Yes.
Yes.
The first sentence, meeting packet complete with all support materials, comma, strike available at this time. Because in the article above, it says that if
Fully
the
vetted.
material is insufficient, it may be deferred.
Got it.
So we're kind of contradicting ourselves here.
Okay.
I'll accept, I'll make that amendment.
Support, so the strike is available at this time?
That's it.
Yes.
I'll make that amendment.
So comma, then strike.
Second. Terry, do you-
Oh, yes, I second.
Okay, so now we're as
All right,
amended.
thank you, Tim. Any
Yeah.
further discussion?
Sorry to be a stickler.
No, no.
That was a
That's
good
fair.
catch, actually.
That's fair, yeah.
Good catch.
Okay, hearing none on the motion to amend the select board operating procedures, page 4, item 3, availability of packet. With the presented strike through and changed sentence. How do you vote? Tim?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
Terry?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Item 3.
Minute, this is the one where it's not really changed to the policy, but it's to change something, one or the other.
Okay.
It currently says minutes of the meeting. Minutes shall be prepared by the staff upon tape recorder approval. And then down, it says upon approval, they shall be, about the middle of the paragraph, upon approval, they shall be so watermarked and posted upon the town's website, signed by the clerk and kept in the town clerk's office. If you go to the website and you look on our agenda and many agendas, it says town website under the town meeting calendar reads, and it has minutes, and then in red are not on record in the town clerk's office. So how does our policy say our minutes will be in the town clerk's office? But if you look on the website, it says they're not there. So one or the other needs to be changed.
What's logical?
Is that
to
on my
change?
town government? Is that my town government?
Yes, correct. So on
I
our
wonder if that's a
webpage,
standard
there's
setting.
hidden, a minutes button that brings you to it.
Hmm.
Yes. But I understand what you're saying. If it says it on there, they're on, this says they'll be at town office.
Be in the town
Are
clerk,
they?
on file in town clerk's
As
office.
far as I know, they get,
Once they're approved and signed, they're on.
But the website says
I
They
think
go
that's a
down.
standard setting.
Yeah,
now.
there's a bunch of binders.
Or not.
I think my town government has as a standard setting. I have to check, but that's what I think it is, because other boards and committees don't have the policy like we got. That's what I'm thinking. I gotta check.
Why,
into it.
yeah, we gotta find out why it says in red.
Right.
Yeah.
I
I
mean,
mean, I
I
know
think
exactly what you're talking about because it says it quite a bit.
Yeah, it says it on every agenda I look at down at the bottom. It says are not.
We turn them over to town clerk's office, so.
So the
I
website's
put them
wrong.
in there. Yeah, put them in the file there.
Yeah, I
You're looking right
I think
And
it's a
I know,
standard setting.
You know, like the Board of Health, they don't have this policy, you know, that we have, but we have it, and it says they'll be on file in the clerk,
So
so
yeah, there it is right there.
at least the selectmen's thing shouldn't say, you know, to me, either that or take this out of the.
Specifically, if you go in, so specifically what Jeff's looking at, and I have it right up in front of me because I'm looking at it online.
It's for the current meeting though.
Right. Well, no, it's not. This is for, well, it is for the current meeting, but I can go into another one. And I'm sure it's probably the same way. Here we'll go into December 18th. So for the public's reference, if you go to templetonmass.org,
Or .gov.
.gov, I'm sorry, you're right. And then you go to meeting minutes and agendas. It takes you to mytowngovernment.org/01468. And if you go into, for example, I'm looking directly at the select board meeting minutes and agenda from, in this case, it's Wednesday, December 18th, 2024. There is a line in here that says minutes. Minutes are not on record with the town clerk's office.
You know
So,
why?
yeah.
Because they're not. Can you go back at least 2 meetings where we have already approved and?
Here, let me roll back to,
Yeah.
I'll roll back to July. Let's go there.
Oh.
Nope,
That-
still there.
Perfect. So that is the
Yeah,
example.
still there. So there we
You
go.
wouldn't
So
be
it
able
is
to do
there.
11
So,
or 18 because we haven't approved.
Right.
And,
But
Yeah.
yeah, it's.
but
So-
if it says it for the website's incorrect. Is what you and Kelsey are saying.
I think it's a standard setting, but we'll have to look into it.
so can we?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, even though I have to figure out who even runs this.
I wrote it down.
You wrote it down?
Okay.
Okay, so the action under item 3 will be research, so we'll bring that one back up, Jeff. Sound good?
Yes.
All right, and we are up to item 4.
Okay, here is, again, it says the action item collection and reporting. And it's a paragraph, and about in the middle of the paragraph, it says AIT as items are discovered, the chair, vice chair, or clerk shall be responsible for the creation, annotation, upkeep, storage location of the tracker. This is the action item collection. So this is saying the chair, the vice chair, or the clerk shall be responsible. To me, it's like, so who is it? I mean, are we flipping a coin or? Well, if the chair's not here, then the vice chair's gonna do it. If the vice chair's not here, the clerk's gonna do it. But if the clerk's not here, who's gonna do it? No, well, there ain't no meeting. But I mean, it's just,
Sure.
I just
Yeah,
wanted to
I-
ask the board if they thought there should be change for clarification.
I think it should be vice chair or appointed.
Hmm.
I take a step back. We're not doing it right now. Matt and I have been working on trying to say, we know what the spreadsheet, we have it, you have it, we know what it should be. I've talked with Holly in the past about how we integrate SharePoint so that it actually becomes visible to the public as well in a read-only way. But specifically to what you're saying, I originally wrote this when you were chair, Tim, as me doing it. Like I said, I will do
Yeah,
this. And
yeah.
so I put it as the vice chair's responsibility. You and I working together, you're like, let's fix this. Him saying that, yes, as the vice chair, I should be doing this. But I think I agree with you. It should be explicit. It should be something.
Again, it's just my little nitpicking.
No,
But it just,
That's good. That's
Not
okay.
that
I think if somebody looks at
attention to
that, it's
detail.
like, well, who's doing it? No.
It's attention to
almost-
detail.
it's Not
Where is-
quite who's on first, but it's almost there.
Yeah, this is, it's policy and all the best intentions, but it hasn't been rolled out. We gotta work on
Yeah,
it.
you and
I think it should be the vice chair. I mean, I would say we should amend this for the line to say the vice chair shall be responsible for the AIT.
Mm.
All right, I make a motion to amend select board operating procedures, item 4, sorry, not item 4.
This is item, page
Page-
7, item 13.
Page 7, item 4, what was it, 13 or 14?
14.
It says 13 on
It
the,
says 13 on the draft motion, says 14 on the
What
page.
page is that?
he's gonna pull it up.
Yep.
I thought it did say vice chair. I'm kind of surprised that it has all three.
Fine.
Let's see.
Page 7.
Did it say in the agenda?
It says in the agenda,
agenda
page
says-
7, 13, but your document says
14.
item, number 14.
Page
Okay.
7,
Item collection, let me see.
it's 14.
Is it?
It's page 7, item 14.
Okay.
The draft motions is wrong.
All right, so I move to amend the select board operating procedures, page 7, number 14, action item collection. For the line, the chair, the vice chair, or clerk shall be responsible to be changed. The vice chair
Mhm.
shall be responsible for the creation, annotation, upkeep, and storage location of the tracker.
Second.
All right, motion in a second. Any further discussion?
So we're striking chair and clerk?
Correct.
Okay.
You and I just did it.
Yep. We can even do that remotely.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
set up a Zoom and we'll
Yeah.
figure it out. And
Absolutely.
come in and talk to Holly.
Yeah.
I'd really like to make sure that this gets out there.
Yep.
Any
Agree.
further discussion? Hearing none on the motion to amend the select board operating procedures, page 7, item 4, number 14, action item collection to strike chair and clerk, having vice chair being the responsible party. How do you vote, Tim?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
Yes.
Terry, and I vote yes as well. And last item, item 5.
Okay, and this is on page 7. I must have been, yeah, I was doing.
Page 7 and 8, number 2, yeah, it rolls over from page 7 to 8.
Right. And this, the item that I'm actually looking at, the ending is on page 7. And the last couple sentences is relationship with all members of the board. Accordingly, the administrator shall ensure information and materials on town business are circulated to all in the same timely manner and. That's it.
Oh, yeah, right there.
Just
Yep.
and.
Just blank right there.
And I went back and looked back in 2019. It's the same thing. It's what it says. It's just
And.
somebody, they pulled a Jeff. They were up early or late. They went and just got another cup of coffee and it's done.
You're gonna stop staying up at 3 o'clock in the morning, man.
You know? Well, whoever
Tim,
typed this, they must have did the same thing.
Castle Bar. Castle Bar. You don't say.
I go get me a cup of coffee and, yeah, I'm done with this quick. So, down in print. So couple things asked me to, leading me towards adding the and is already there and just carrying on. Legal opinions coming into the board office shall be forwarded to all board members upon receipt by the staff. One was just recently involving the licenses, and there was a legal opinion. And there was one before that, I believe. It's either on EDIC or Tim's
It was a
open
Lutchford
meeting
one.
complaint, one of the two, where it had it and then no, it was on the bylaw advisory committee. And I asked Adam for it and he gave it to me and I questioned, well, how come we don't have this already? And he said, well, I was gonna put it on the agenda, which was, would have been like a week away. And something like that, again, this is up to the board, but my feeling is when you get legal opinions that's gonna come from, in front of us and stuff, we should know, we should be aware of those and get them electronically, boom. Just.
I make a motion to amend the select board operating procedures, page 7 and 8, item 2, role of the administrator, to add at the end of paragraph, and any legal opinions coming into the board office shall be forwarded to all board members upon receipt by staff.
Seconded.
Motion is second.
Could we add like concerning board business to that? Because there's times of personnel matters where I get some opinions from them, and I mean, if we just add concerning board business.
Any legal opinions concerning board business? Is that
Correct.
what you're-
Yeah,
If, so it's business that's going in front of the board, like licenses, like Jeff said, or like the license in the advisory bylaw
Any
relative to an
board-
appointment.
Board business.
Yeah.
All right, so I amend my motion to say any board-related legal opinions coming into the board office.
Okay, that's good.
Shall be forwarded to all board members upon receipt by staff.
I'll second that.
Okay. Any further discussion?
That makes sense.
Hearing none on the motion to amend the select board operating procedures, page 7 and 8, item 2, role of administrator, after the word and, to include any board-related legal opinions coming into the board office shall be forwarded to all board members upon receipt by staff. How do you vote, Tim?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
Yes.
Terry? And I vote yes as well. Jeff, thank you very much. That was extremely productive, and we will
Very
get
thorough.
we'll get the answer back about what's going on with the not on file in red or otherwise.
Good luck. I don't know how.
Folks, we are up to board member comments. Adam, do we have an executive for this evening?
I believe Holly needs one next meeting
Okay,
relative to collective
all right. We
bargaining.
will conclude with board member comments, and to understand our next meeting is 22nd.
22nd, I
Yep.
believe that.
Yeah.
22nd at 6:30.
And before we go into board member comments, MMA is coming up. I think, I don't know if there's slots available, but it sounds like everybody's kind of resigned to whether you're going or not. So if you are going, have a great time. Look forward to seeing some reports back. Yeah, all right. Who would like to begin with board member comments, or we can go left to right or otherwise?
I have a brief one. I just wanted to acknowledge the, from Mr. John Cutting, TAC 39, We Blow Den Leader. He sent a thank you and the kids said thank you cards. I mean, I'm a happy person, but when I get stuff like this, I overflow. One of them is a picture of me handing out Santa Claus lollipops for Christmas. You know, kids and the way the kids are, they're just beautiful. So I wanted to thank them for inviting me and thank them for the follow-up.
Barry? Refrigerator. It's for the refrigerator now.
Yeah,
Yes.
well, I have, at my age, I'm going through and organizing all the stuff I've done in binders and getting that ready, all my kids' stuff.
Tim, Jeff, Matt?
Me?
Sure.
For my member comments this evening, I'd like to apologize, first of all, to Gail Noel. She submitted citizens input to the entire board via email, as she is unable to attend, and I would like to take the opportunity to read that to the record at this point. Should have been read back at citizens input, and I want to apologize for that not being done.
Oh, I totally.
Yeah, we all did, don't we? That's why we're fixing it. Sent to the board, from Gail Noel. Happy New Year. By now, I hope you would have the FOTE Friends of Templeton Elders donation. Yay! If not, I trust you would call them and follow back up. We're gonna go through the rest of that because we have the donation. We're done there. Yeah.
Read it out.
Technically, we have $150,000 from ARPA and up to $175,000 for the kitchen. All Friends of Templeton Elders donations were for capital improvements per letter authored by Doug Morrison and signed by me. The letter is attached to the email that was received by the board. Also attached to the email received by the board is a 2017 statement published in the Templeton Senior and Community Center TSCC newsletter, restating our mission, design, construction, and operation. She says, I know I advocated for the kitchen, as that was the next project on our list, but she also says, I would therefore request that any donation received from the Friends of Templeton Elders be used toward completion of the building in accordance with our mission at the time, which I believe we have done that this evening with the inclusion of the caveats. Yeah. Since town funds have been allocated toward the kitchen specifically, I would request that the donation be used toward a generator, as TSCC is also designated as a shelter, and not to reduce the town budget towards the kitchen. Speaking of budgets for FY 26, you will need to staff at least 2 part-time kitchen staff and maybe a dedicated janitor again, especially because we are dealing with elders and need a clean facility for them. I noticed once recently when TSCC was closed because of illness that facilities were not cleaned before reopening. I will not be able to attend your January 8th meeting, but thank you for understanding my position. Your senior advocate, Gail Noel.
Thanks, Matt. Thank you.
So I wanted to make sure that got read because again, we did miss it. So, other than that, I just want to say Happy New Year to everyone. And, as we are all aware, we are getting ready to go into the budget season, and I hope that we, have a productive, conversation with our department heads and everyone else as far as the budgets goes, and that, with any luck, we will, be in hopefully better shape than we hope to be, that we were thinking we were going to be in. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
2 quick things. We heard again tonight during the quarterly some issues raised on staffing. I went back through the last few years on all of our budgets, and the last 2 years on capital. Manpower and staffing has never come up. So I'd like all of our department heads take a long, hard look, because we're gonna have our day-long session coming at us in March. We kind of need to we have an idea where we need to go, but I don't want to try to second guess. The department head should be forecasting this to us, and I would hope that they can do that for us. And the second thing I have for everybody, the weather is a little brutal right now. There's been a bunch of tragedies in the area. Keep an eye out on our friends and neighbors. Check on the elderly, especially. Some of us are up early in the morning. Bring donuts and coffee, please. But seriously, I'm saying it lightheartedly, but yeah, let's just pay attention. And knock wood. We haven't needed to open up a warming center, but watching what's going on around us, that may be something that's coming down the pike at us. I hope not, but I think we need to start thinking about it, and Mike, a term you're very familiar with, leaning forward.
There you go. Yep.
And that's all I have tonight.
Thanks, Tim, and watch your pets out there.
Absolutely.
I would just piggyback on what Tim just said. I believe, and I've brought this up before and talked about this, and I believe really strongly in that it's something we need to do. We have to do business in a different way. I want to get a culvert done, or I want to get this done, but I don't have the help. I don't have the staff. Well, that's why they make contractors for. We added a tree person with a salary of 58,000. Add 30 grand to that for benefits. We know our retirement costs are upward trajectory for at least 10 years of 30%, whatever it is, 30, 35, whatever that may be. So you add a person, you've added increase, and that's a forever cost. If he stays at the town long enough to retire, he's getting a check. You gotta cover that. And the health insurance, yes, we've brought those costs down, but again, you gotta put that money aside to pay that guy for however long they're alive. When Connecticut was in here, drain basin cleaning, we had a company in town. There was 3 trucks in the town. It was $13,000 a year. I don't know if we could get that lucky at that good of a deal price again for that service. But again, there was 3 trucks in town. But somehow someone convinced them that, well, we could do it cheaper in-house. You buy a truck, used or new, that means you have to buy the truck, you have to maintain it, register it, insure it. It's a cable system, so that's another license that you have to pay to go down to get. It's an addendum to your hoisting license, but you have to get it. It's something else you have to do. And we are responsible for part of the MS4 permit. When that company was in here doing it, and the town of Washington uses that same company, Sam's. If you have an outside contractor, clean basins, for instance, they are responsible for that portion of the MS4 permit. So how we ever thought we could do it more cost effectively, more timely, with having 3 machines, and you pay them a fee. You don't pay them a salary, you don't give them vacation, you don't give them nothing, you pay them the fee. And that's just one example. We're looking for money and how to, get a cop, or how many people, I was gonna ask Chief Dickey this, how many full-time ambulance people do we have right now to man that? And that's not my forte. I just go by what I read and when I contact the state agency that oversees that. How many people do we need to have on to fund the ALS ambulance around the clock? Whatever them shifts may be, 2 days, 3 days, 1 day, whatever it might be. Do we have enough people to actually do that? With keeping the chief out of there, because that's just nuts. Having a department head, run the ambulance. Why? Well, I can't find people and I gotta save money, and it's just nuts. We just have to do business in different ways. Don't have the people, don't have the staff to get a culvert put in. Well, that's, again, contracted out. For years and years and years, I heard, well, we ain't getting the roads, we ain't getting this done because we don't have the equipment. We need money. Okay, buy all the equipment. Well, we don't have the money to get the stuff done. You would took the money that you spent on the equipment and just contract it out, bid it out, and get it done. We're just gonna have to start thinking like that. In every way, places that we can. Look at that. If that frees up money, then that could potentially pay for another officer or cover this expense or something. I don't want to say it's going to save money, because all it does is frees up money to be allocated somewhere else in need. And the other point that I made to him is, if EMD needs a friggin' vehicle, then buy him one. We're keeping old shit. The maintenance budget isn't getting reduced. You're moving it from here to there. And it's doing business in a different way. And we really need to seriously consider to do things like that. yep, where you're gonna take away this and this from you. Public services, for instance, because we're gonna do it this way. And once the job's done, but you don't have the employee, you don't have the machine, you don't have that. They just come and do it. Big companies like Walmart and everything, they hire that stuff out. Part of it is for insurance, so they're not responsible because, they got big pockets and people will go after that. MassDOT hires out, I forget how many contractors they have, 2,000 or 3,000 pieces of equipment. That's equipment, they only get used and paid when they call them. $350,000 a copy, probably on the cheap side, for a truck to go out and plow and salt the roads. And then you have to have that body, and when they're not doing that, you have to find something for them to do. And that you don't have the benefit packages and everything to pay for. So, that's where I am on that, and it's not gonna change, because I think it's really cost effective. And again, it would free up money. There was the town in Georgia that did that. They eliminated everything, I think, but fire and police, they contracted everything out. And they freed up a bunch of money, and they were able to actually build parks and do sidewalks and things like this for the residents. And right now, we're not doing that. And it's the money, and so we need to start. We just need to look and play the game in a different way. And that's my view, that's my 2 cents. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure. Georgia. You said Georgia, town in Georgia?
There's a place, yeah, down in Georgia, right
Okay.
near Atlanta. I came across it looking up something like that. It was,
Sure. So the only thing I have to add to this evening, whether I did it in the beginning or right now, I grew up 70s and 80s. I remember President Carter on TV. So he was, I know that he gets a lot of, it's a mixed bag for his time as a president, but he was the POTUS. I think the biggest contribution that I think that man at least had in my view, my dad worked in Habitat for Humanity, building houses until he couldn't, swing a hammer as effectively. But I'd like to say thanks. Tomorrow is the National Day of Mourning for former President Jimmy Carter. I certainly want to thank him for his service to his community. That's the biggest part. He did it at the top level, but he also was not afraid, put on some work gloves and get his hands dirty. So thank you, President Carter. I'll definitely think of you tomorrow. And with that,
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn until January 22nd, 2025 at 6:30 p.m.
Second. Motion in a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of adjournment, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, we are adjourned.